So the video will start shortly, I promise. I just wanted to take a few moments and create a quick disclaimer, because this is not your typical tutorial video, right? Over the past few days, I've been hearing so many positive things about a new AI-powered coding IDE called Windsurf that I decided to put it to the test. Unfortunately, not everything worked as I've expected. You will see me struggle, you will see me lose patience, and at some point in the video, I'm this close to giving up because, well, it just doesn't work as expected. But I still decided to upload the video because this is really the reality of things. If you decide to build an application with zero to very little coding knowledge, you will struggle, and it will take a lot of time. But it's possible. I mean, even at the end of the video, I won't have a production-ready product, okay, I will tell you that. But it's mind-boggling to me that we're living in a time where someone like me with almost zero coding knowledge can build something like this in 10 to 12 hours, really. And the product that you're going to see me build is called QuickChat. It's a real-time chat application with an additional security layer because we are going to implement message encryption. I just want to give you a quick heads up that many of the videos that you see on the internet where people claim they have built a SaaS application in 20 minutes are simply not real, okay? Not if you want to build an application that has real value. Those videos are mainly to get attention, and while that is not necessarily a bad thing, unfortunately, many of them aim at luring you into a paid community or even selling you a course, which you just have to know about, right? And if you really want to build a SaaS or build a business around software, AI will definitely help you to do this, but you still have to know basic coding principles and you have to know about the technology that you're using. Otherwise, you are lost. And now there was enough of the talking, so let's start the video. Okay, so this is the project that we're going to build today. Now, apparently, this is just an empty shell, right? It has no functionality, but we're building a real-time chat app called QuickChat. And we will also add an additional layer of security because we're going to encrypt the messaging. And we will also add cross-platform availability, which means I'm going to use Ngrok. For those of you who haven't heard of it, if you go to the website, it says your app's front door, all-in-one API gateway, Kubernetes, ingress, and so on. But the feature that we're going to use is the developer preview. And with that, we are going to be able to demo the website or the app on our local machine, and we will be able to access it through our phone so that we can test the cross-platform availability. Now, let's head back over to the IDE, and as you can see, I'm using Windsurf, not Cursor, because over the past couple of days I've been hearing so many good things about Windsurf, that it's the new Cursor killer, and I just wanted to test it myself and see it for myself. This is why I'm going to build this project with Windsurf. And FYI, for those of you who follow my channel, you probably know that I've been building 2 mobile apps currently for the past 10 to 14 days, and those videos are going to be live soon. I'm building a Plant Doctor app and also a Riz app, and Windsurf has helped me immensely in, well, just fixing bugs and doing things that Cursor wasn't able to do. So I thought it would be a nice touch to put those features to the test even more and build a whole app with it. Now, as you can see, if we have a look at the PRD, I've already finished the project setup. Okay, I created a new Next.js app. I installed all the core dependencies. I installed Ngrok, and I'm going to show you how to set it up in a bit. But now I want to start with the database setup, and for that I'm using Prisma and Supabase, just because it's the most convenient choice. At this point, you should know the drill, guys, right? So we have to head over to supabase.com, create an account. We will be redirected to this page. We're going to create a new project inside of the organization. We'll call it QuickChat, and we let Supabase generate a password for us. We have to copy it. Let's quickly head over here and create a .env file, and we'll just paste that here for now. And you always have to choose the region which is closest to your customers. Right now I'm just going with North Virginia since it's just a demo. Just keep that in mind. We'll hit create new project. This will usually take around 2 to 3 minutes. And as you can see here, setting up project, it takes 2 to 3 minutes. Now, while this is processing, we'll head over to Prisma, and we're going to use Prisma to simplify database querying for Supabase, because usually you have to know SQL, you have to write a lot of SQL statement, and as a beginner, it's much simpler to just work with a ORM, which basically, helps you simplify working with databases. So again, either log in or sign up, and then you will be redirected to this page, your personal workspace, and we're going to click new project, and then we're going to scroll down a bit to accelerate, hit get started, and as you can see here, we now need the database connection string, and for that we need to head back over to Supabase once more. Hopefully it is finished. Now it's done, and we need to click on project settings, and there you have to head over to, I think it's database. Yes, and we need this link. Make sure you uncheck display connection pooler. We click copy, head over to Prisma, paste the link here, and we want to replace the your password string with our password that we have saved a couple of moments ago. So make sure to replace this. We want to paste that, and you just want to copy the whole string, and you want to click create project, and this is all you need to do inside of Prisma. Now if we head back to Supabase, we need some more information from our database, and we find that in the sidebar under API we need the project URL, and we also need the project API keys. Now for that we have to add a few environment variables to a .env file, but I want to start with working with Cascade, and essentially what Cascade is, it's similar to Cursor Cursor Composer, right? So you can toggle the write and chat. You can toggle between write and chat. Chat is similar to Cursor's chat feature. Write is similar to Cursor's Composer feature, as I've said. And now we want to head over to PRD, and we want, as you know, we are currently working on phase 2, so we need to do a few things. We need to set up Prisma, we need to create all the models for our applications. So for example, we need a user, we need a message, we need a conversation, because if we head over to our clone, as you can see here on the left, I will display the different conversations, aka different chats that each user currently is in, and we want to have a data model to store that into in our database. And we also need the conversation participants, so we can display them at the top here, and we need a notification model, so the user gets notified whenever he or she receives a message. Now we probably have to add a few more models depending on the architecture that we're going to use, but don't worry, we're going to work with Cascade and let it help us achieve this and do this. Now I really want Cascade to help me set up the database connection. So this is why I want to head over to the input field and tell it. So if you have a look at, and we want to link PRD, by the way, this works exactly the same way as in Cursor. You type in @ and then you can link either folders, directories, or files. The only thing you can't do is you can't link documentation to how you, compared to how you can do it in Cursor, but it's not real big. It's not really that bad. You can always copy and paste it manually from the website. But I figured somehow the data is more up to date from Windsurf. So usually Cascade gets it right on the first or second try, compared to Cursor, where you sometimes have to go 4 or 5 times back and forth until you get what you want. So, and what we want to ask it to do is, I've already finished phase 1. I'm completely done with the project setup. I created the next step. I installed all the core dependencies. I installed Prisma and also Ngrok. Now I want to start with phase 2, which is the database setup. For that, I need your help. Could you please go ahead and add all the environment variables that we need throughout the project in my .env file that I've already created too? And also, please walk me through the process of adding all of the models that we need for our project to our Supabase database. As I've said, I've already created the project inside of Supabase, and I also created the project inside of Prisma. So I need you to help me initialize the Prisma client and also then push the data models to the database. And we want to hit enter, and now Cascade should go into the different files and add all of the variables. So we'll quickly cut that out and paste it back in once that is done. So as you can see, here's one of the differences between Cursor and Windsurf. So it is kind of like an agentic workflow. So you give it a task, and Windsurf will go into your project directory, grab the specific files where it thinks it needs to work on, or if you have linked some files, it will go into the specific files. But now, as you can see, it says, okay, we're analyzing PRD. Let me check the rest of the PRD. And I haven't told that, right? I just said, okay, please have a look at PRD, look at how the project is structured, look at the different phases, and it kind of works itself to solving the problem, if that makes sense. And it says, okay, great, I can see all the database models we need from the PRD. Let me help you set up the environment variables. And now, as you can see here, we get all the environment variables that we need. So unfortunately, these are only the environment variables for Supabase and Clerk authentication, and it hasn't added the environment variables that we're going to need for Ngrok yet. But as I've said, that's not a big deal. So let's save that. We'll need to head over to Supabase again, and those are the two things we need in addition to our URL connection string. So we need the base URL. We need to paste it here. And we also need the public key. We need to paste that right underneath. And now I have to get back over here and grab this again and paste it at the top under database URL. So we'll put that here. And we also have to grab the password. So you'll need to replace the placeholder values with your actual credentials. So we've done that. Get the database URL from Supabase, project connection string under settings and database, get the Supabase URL and anon key, get the clerk keys from your clerk dashboard. Once you've added these environment variables, let me know and I'll help you set up the Prisma schema and push it to the database. Now, we'll just go with the database URL and the connection string for now. The clerk authentication we will do in the next step, but let's head over to Cascade and say, okay, yeah, I just want to focus on Supabase right now and on the connection string for that. So please go ahead and help me create the Prisma schema file and initialize the client so that I can push the schema to the database. And now we'll hit enter once more. So we need to do a few things. We need to initialize the Prisma client, and Cascade already did this for us. As you can see, we have the Prisma folder with the schema.prisma file, and we're using all of the models that Cascade found inside of our PRD. And now, as you can see, we have to run Prisma generate. I will reject this since I'm using bun and not npx. We'll do bun Prisma generate. And it generated the Prisma client. And now the next step that we need to do is bun Prisma DB push. This will push the schema to the database. And if we do this, first of all, we have to accept all. So it saves the code to the file. And then we do bun Prisma DB push. This should take a couple of seconds. And then we're going to see the different tables appear inside of our database. Now it says your data is now in sync with your database. If we head over here and we open our database and we go to table editor, we should see the different tables. As you can see, conversation, message, and notification, and user. So I think this should be it, right? Yeah, okay. So I will do one more thing, which is asking Cascade to analyze the models to see if we've set them up right from the beginning. So I've pushed the different schemas to the database and I can see all the tables inside of Supabase. I have one more question though. Now that you've analyzed the PRD and also have a good overview of what the project should look like and what features it should have, are the data models comprehensive? Do we have the right fields and also the right references inside of each data model so that everything can work together? Can you please give me some insights to that? And if necessary, can we adjust the different models? So don't write any code yet, just explain, please. And especially if you've never created a database or created such a project, you don't really know what kind of data models you need, right? Because you don't really know how everything is supposed to work under the hood. Me neither. I'm just a beginner. I have absolutely no idea. But this is why I like to leverage, or why I like to use those AI models to help me build this stuff, right? So we'll hit enter. And we'll wait for this answer. Let me analyze the current schema against the requirements in the PRD, particularly focusing on the real-time chat features, encryption, and user presence system. After reviewing the models, here are some suggested improvements. We should add a read status to track message delivery, read receipts, add updated add field to track edits. If we want to support message editing, consider adding type field for different message type, text media system. Now, unfortunately, sometimes this happens, okay, that you tell it not to do something and it still goes ahead and changes the stuff. But for some reason, it didn't get that so there's something wrong with my dictation app, but well, okay. So we need to add a public key for the end-to-end encryption to the user model, add status enum instead of just Boolean, online, offline, away, okay. Add for typing indicators, conversation model, add type field to distinguish between direct messages and group chats. So as you can see, it went a bit above and beyond. So I want to do the following. So we'll hit reject all and we'll revert the changes. And then we get back here and say, okay, so just for your information, I want to have users that are able to communicate with each other. There will be no group chats. The users will only be able to send text messages. And I want to display conversations in the left sidebar of the application. And also I want to be able to display the notifications in the right sidebar of the application. And yeah, I want to have a WhatsApp-like message bubble, as you can see in the project. But we don't really need read receipts. I just want the messages to appear with the content and also the timestamp. And this is basically it. So it's a very bare bone app, MVP-like. So could you please, now that you have this info, have a look at the schema files and tell me your opinion. Also, please don't write code yet. Just explain. I need to understand. So now we'll hit enter again and see what answer we get. So let me analyze the current schema in relation to your requirements for this MVP chat application. Most fields are appropriate: ID, email name, image URL. Clerk ID is included, but since you haven't mentioned authentication, we can keep it for now. Device type might be unnecessary for the MVP since you're not focusing on cross-platform features. Yes, I am, so we can neglect those two. Online and last seen are good for basic presence functionality, so we'll keep them. Missing timestamp field. You specifically mentioned wanting to show timestamp nonce and encryption-related fields might be overkill for the MVP if you're not implementing end-to-end encryption yet. The relationships with user and conversations are currently set up. Since you mentioned no group chats, the current model is a bit over-engineered. We could simplify this by having direct references to the users involved. Updated add is good for sorting conversations. Conversation participant, this model is more suitable for group chats. So for one-on-one chats only, we could eliminate this table and simplify the conversation model. The current structure works, but could be simplified. From ID is good, but we might want to add a reference to the related conversation. Okay. Again, I want to implement message encryption. This is why I'm going to use tweet NACL. I will have clerk authentication, so we need the clerk ID. We also need the device type, since I will run it with Ngrok, and I want to test both on my mobile and on my computer. So this is why we need the device type. The next thing is we also need the nonce field, as I've said, for the encryption. And what about the conversation display on the left in form of the conversation partners? Is my schema suitable for this, or do we still need some adjustments? And again, guys, I know this is kind of tedious to do, right? But if you've never done this, you need to leverage AI models as much as you can so you make as few mistakes as possible. Because think about it, if you have a specific structure in the beginning and you think you can build your app based on this structure, and then like, I don't know, 2, 4, 5, 3 hours and 10 components down the line, you realize, shit, this doesn't work at all how I expected it to work. You have no chance of fixing the errors, or at least a very small likelihood, right? Now, let's look at the last answer, and then we're going to start with implementing authentication. I apologize for my previous assumptions. You're absolutely right. Tweet NSCL encryption. So we need the nonce field, clerk authentication, clerk ID is essential, device type for testing. Okay. Looking at the conversation display requirements, your current schema is actually well structured for displaying conversations in the sidebar. Here's why. The conversation model with conversation participant relationships allows you to easily query all conversations for a user, get the other participants' details through the participants' relationships, sort conversation. However, there are 2 small improvements. So we need to add a timestamp to the field message model. Although we do have a created ad, it's good to be explicit for message display. Add a last message ad field to the conversation model. This would make it more efficient to sort conversations in the sidebar based on most recent activity. These aren't critical, but they would optimize performance. Okay, so could you please add those 2 small improvements? Then I will push the schema to the database, and then I want to implement user authentication. So we'll hit enter, and then we'll wait for the changes, and we need to push this to the database once more. So I've made the following changes: added the timestamp field to the message model, added last message add field to conversation, added an index last message add. Okay, so now we'll hit accept all. We probably have to run bun prisma generate, and we'll do bun run db push. I'm sorry, bun prisma db push. We probably get a warning. No, okay, so I don't want to do the software update right now. And if we head back over here, so the changes were last message add, where is it? Created add, and also timestamp, which we added, right? Great, now we're done with the database, and now, now that we're done with the database, I want to implement authentication. Or if you have a different suggestion, but I think this is the next logical step, since after that we need to implement Zustand state management and also React query for server state management. So could you walk me through how to set up authentication with Clerk? I've already created an app inside of Clerk dashboard, and now I want to connect it to my app so that unauthenticated users are redirected to the login and sign up page. So we need those 2. And we also need a middleware file to handle route protection. Now, before we hit send, we want to head over to Clerk and we want to create the app. Okay, so open clerk.com and create an account or sign into an existing one. Then you want to click on dashboard. If you create a new account and you haven't created any applications, you will see this page immediately after authentication. Okay, so you want to give it a name. In our case, it's QuickChat, and we want to give the user the option of signing in with email and Google. And then we want to click create application. And now we need to do a few things. So first of all, we need to install the Clerk Next.js package. And I think I've already done this in the beginning. So let's quickly check this. If we look here, Clerk Next.js, so we can skip that one. And we need to set up the environment variables. So if you have a look at those 2, we need to copy them, head over here, and we need to replace those 2 placeholders with our actual keys. And we'll save that. And now we need to create the middleware file, which, as I've said, will handle the route protection. Now, unfortunately, this is not the correct middleware file that we need, because we need this middleware. If you scroll down, you will find this paragraph which says protect routes based on user authentication status. And if you compare this middleware file with the standard quote-unquote middleware file, you will see one difference, which is that we import the create route matcher and we create a variable which is called isProtectedRoute, and we pass an array with the elements dashboard and forum to the create route matcher function. And what this essentially does is that we check if a specific route the user is trying to access is protected, and if that is the case, we will redirect him or her to the sign in or sign up page. And when I try to implement this with Cursor almost always gets it wrong, okay? I have to do, I think, 4 or 5 times back and forth, and this is why I've decided to do this step manually. But I've heard multiple times that Windsurf is much better at integrating Supabase and clerk authentication with a Next.js application. And as far as Supabase goes, you've seen it. It just took like, 3, 4, 5 minutes to set it up. So I hope it will be as equally as simple to set up the route protection. Now, we probably still have to do some minor adjustments, but just for now, we'll head over here and we'll do one more thing, because I want to tell it, okay, please also use create route matcher and clerk middleware, because I think usually those models will use Auth middleware instead of clerk middleware, which is deprecated. So we want the up-to-date code snippet. So please make sure that you create the middleware file inside of the source folder, and also that you use the clerk middleware and protect and create route matcher from clerk-next.js/server. So we use up-to-date code and not some deprecated code. So we'll hit enter and we'll see what it does. We probably have to do some manual bug fixing. We need to create a middleware file inside of the source directory. So this worked. And right from the beginning, you see it imported the wrong member from the wrong module, right? We're importing auth middleware from clerk/next.js, but we want to import clerk middleware and create route matcher from clerk next.js server. So this is unfortunately not correct. Now, the next thing that we need to do is if we have a look at source app and our layout, we want to wrap the clerk, our application, our root layout with the clerk provider so that we can access all of the different clerk objects. So for example, the sign in button, sign out button, the different states, and also the profile pic where the user can either go to settings or log out, right? Now, apparently it created a sign in and sign up page, which is correct. So this is great. But now we still have to do some manual refactoring. So what I'm going to do is I will copy that code snippet and I will first of all click accept all. By the way, it's always a good idea to do a git and git commit from time to time. And I will call this, okay, edit Supabase plus Prisma integration plus edit schemas to table. And we want to write and quit, so that you never lose any progress, right? Because sometimes if those AI models mess up the code and you need to reset the project, you can always reset the project to the latest commit, so to speak. Okay, now we want to open the middleware file and we tell it, okay, so unfortunately you didn't do what I wanted you to do. So if you have a look at, and we want to link the middleware file, you will see that you're importing auth middleware from clerk/next.js, but this is not correct. This is deprecated code and it won't work for our application. I will give you a code snippet with up-to-date code and I want you to implement it so that it works with our project. And in addition to that, I want you to add a sign in or create new account button to the root page. So because if we have a look at here, you can see that right now we display the QuickChat name with the welcome to your secure messaging platform and an enter chat. So if we head over to QuickChat, right now we are on the route chat, but if we are on the main route, this is what we see. Okay, and we want to add in 2 new buttons, or we want to change the enter chat button to login, and we want to add another button which is create account or something like that. So okay. Which has the exact same design as our current app, and it should just integrate well visually with our current app. And if the user clicks the sign in button, he will redirect it to the sign in page, and if he clicks the create new account, he will be redirected to the sign up page, if that makes sense. Now, if we have a look at those 2 pages, it's essentially just a button with a sign up and sign in, which says sign up and sign in. So nothing much is happening here. But now we want to paste the code snippet, and we want to hit enter, and we'll see what Cascade comes up with. We'll probably have to do some manual refactoring, as I've said, but maybe it will get it right. I'm not sure. So this looks good. So is protected route. We protect the chat route, which is right. First, let's update the middleware. Now let's create a beautiful landing page with authentication buttons. So it should go ahead and make some changes in this file. This was also correct. Okay. The authentication flow now works like this. User lands on the homepage with the 2 authentication options. They can choose either sign in or create a new account. After authentication, they'll have access to the chat routes. Okay. So we'll hit accept all, and we can already see some changes. So if I try to enter chat, let's see if this works. So apparently the chat route is not yet protected, as you can see. And let's have a look why that is. So first, let's see if we can sign in. So if we click sign in, we get an error, is missing generate static params, which is required with output export config. Okay, so we'll copy that and we'll head over here and say, first of all, the chat route is not protected. I can access it without being authenticated. And in addition to that, when I try to click the sign in or sign up button, I get this error, but error. So we'll paste it here. Can you please explain why that is and help me fix it and walk me through it step by step? Now, if we head back over to our dashboard, so as you can see, the last step was to wrap our app in the clerk provider, which we already did. Now, apparently here are a few more elements, for example, the signed out and signed in element, which essentially just displays a sign-in button once our application realizes, okay, the user isn't authenticated. Same goes for sign in, and then we will display the user button. Maybe we can give that to our application or to Cascade 2 and say, okay, in addition to that, I want to give you the last step that is necessary for setting up a clerk. I see you have already wrapped our root layout in the clerk provider, but I still want you to give a code snippet that I get from clerk for how to actually set up the user button and so on. So if necessary, could you please grab the code and add it to our application? If not, please tell me why you wouldn't do it. And we want to paste that here too. Now, again, guys, the more input you give it, the better the output will be. This is true for all AI models. And let's have a look at middleware. So now, unfortunately, this is also what can happen. Okay, so it reverted the changes back to the old middleware file, and it made some changes to page. Now let's fix the sign-in and sign-up pages by adding the required generic static params. So let's see. Finally, let's update the root layout with the clerk components. So we'll hit accept all for now. We will probably get some errors in our application. So let's see. We'll go back. Server, okay. Clerk, auth, and current user are only supported in app router. Reason for that, I think it's a config error, because if we quickly restart the server and we do bun run def, you will see that this terminal message which says middleware cannot be used with output export. See more info here. And this is a next config error. So as you can see here in our next.config.ts file, we have the output export option. And if we delete this and we restart the server, as you can see, we don't get this error anymore. And if we rerun it, we should be redirected to sign in. As you can see, it works. So let's do localhost chat. We get redirected here, and what we want to see is localhost 3000, and we want to go to the sign-in page maybe. And now we should see our sign-in page, and there we have it. Okay, so now apparently we have 2 sign-in buttons at the top and also one here, but this is not a big deal for now. Let's just try if it works, if user authentication works. So we'll click continue, we'll choose my account, and then we will be redirected to QuickChat. Now apparently this is not what we want, right? We don't want to be redirected to this page, we want to be redirected to chat. But now if we enter chat here, we are redirected, and here if you look at the top right, you can see our user icon. Now I will probably fix the issue of camera that we have to, if we are not authenticated, because I think if we are signed out, yeah, we will be redirected to this page. Now apparently this is not what we want, because there's something messed up with the rerouting. So there are essentially 2 things that we needed to add. First of all, we had to add the base route to our isPublic route, because we want to give access to the user even though he's not authenticated, so he can see this page, right? And let's see if I sign out now. As you can see, I still am on the base route. And the other thing that we needed to add is inside of the sign in and sign up page, we needed to add 2 props. But as you can see here, Cascade chose the wrong props. It says after sign in URL is deprecated, this is deprecated and will be removed in a future release. Use fallback redirect or force redirect instead. And the same goes for redirect URL. So we'll do force redirect URL, and fallback redirect URL is the main page, and we'll do the same for sign up. I hope I got this correct. So let's do it like so. And now if we sign in and we choose our user, we should be redirected to the chat page, as you can see, and if we sign out, we should be redirected to our main route. So this works, which is great. And now we can do the next thing, which is essentially connecting authentication through Clerk with Supabase, because we want to store an authenticated user. If you remember, let's have a look at our different tables. We want to store the user object inside here with its respective Clerk ID, the email, the name, the image URL, whether he or she is online or not, last seen. I mean, this is regarding the chat application, but we definitely need the Clerk ID, email, name, and image URL. And for that, we are going to use Clerk Webhooks, since we are implementing Ngrok, or using Ngrok to host our application live with the help of Ngrok, so that we can access it on our phone. We will now head over to Cascade and tell it what we want. As a next step, I want to connect the authentication to my Supabase database, so I can store authenticated users in Supabase in the table user. And for that, I want to use Clerk Webhooks, since we're working with Ngrok. So could you please help me set up the connection and also Ngrok, so that we can make everything work together? And to be able to work with Ngrok, you first have to go to, Ngrok, and you have to create an account or log in. And as you can see here, it tells you how to install Ngrok for your platform. So I've already done this, right? I've used Brew, which is a package manager for OS X, and I installed it. And then I also ran the following config comment. Now I will probably blur this out because I don't want you guys to have my authentication token. So after you're done with this, you can essentially run this comment that you can see here at the bottom, which says Ngrok HTTP, and then you can either give it the whole URL or just a port. And I'm going to show you how that works in a bit. So just for now, let's head back over to Clerk, and as you can see, we already have our first user. Now we'll head back over here and we send the message. By the way, we also want to do another git add, and we want to call it git commit. What is the message? What have we done? Okay, user auth plus correct redirect to chat route, and we want to write and save. And now, as you can see, I'll help you set up Clerk Webhooks with Ngrok and connect it to your Supabase database. Let's do this step by step. Now, first of all, we need to create a route so that we can make a request to Clerk, right? Because somehow we need our application to identify with Clerk, so to speak. And for that, we need to install the library svix. So let's quickly do this. Bun add svix. This should resolve the error that we can see at the top, the import error. And now I will do this manually. So as I've said, I've already installed svix, and now we also need to to install Prisma Client, but I think I've done that in the beginning. So we'll hit reject, and now we need to do a few things inside of Clerk, as you can see here. So we need to add the Clerk webhook secret to our environment, to our .env file. So we'll call it clerk underscore webhook secret, and we'll save this without a value for now. And now we need to do following inside of Clerk. So head over to your Clerk dashboard, and there you want to make sure that you have selected your app. You want to click configure. And now we need to scroll down to webhooks, and there we need to first start our Ngrok server. So we'll do HTTP 3000, and this will give us a URL, this one. I know it's not pretty, but we need it. So we'll copy that, and then we need to head back over to Clerk and store this forwarding URL inside of here as a new endpoint. So we want to click add endpoint, and you want to paste that here. And then you want to make sure that you also append API webhooks clerk, as you can see here. Enter your Ngrok URL plus API webhooks clerk. So we'll copy that and we'll paste that here. And we also want to select these events: user created, user updated, user deleted. So let's quickly do this. User created, deleted, updated, and we need to copy the signing secret and add it to our .env file as the Clerk webhook secret. So for that, we'll want to click create, and here's your signing secret. You can reveal it by clicking on the eye icon. Then you want to copy that, head back over to your IDE, or in that case Windsurf, and you want to paste that here, and you want to save it. And now whenever a user signs up, updates their profile, or is deleted, Clerk will send a webhook to your endpoint. This webhook handler will process the event, and Prisma will create, update, or delete the user in your Supabase database. Now, I'm not quite sure if this works right out of the box. So I will quickly restart the server, and we'll do bun run dev. And I think we're still unauthenticated, right? So let's quickly refresh this. It's compiling. Okay, so now that worked. So don't pay attention to this. This has to do with some of my extensions that I have installed. It somehow messes with something, I don't know, but it's not important for our project. So we'll do create account. Then we will be redirected to our sign up page, as you can see. And you know what? Let's do create account, and let's or sign up with another user. So we'll use this one. And now we are redirected. So let's have a look at our application if we can already see the user. No. And that is because we get this error, as you can see here. Failed to proxy HTTPS, clerk, and so on, yada. record version deps OpenSSL. So I have no idea what that means. Okay, yeah, I know what that means. So the reason why that isn't working is because we haven't added the environment variables to our .env file that we need to make Ngrok work with our application, I believe. So let me quickly check that again. We'll head back over to our application. We want to sign out, we want to sign in, and we want to choose this user maybe. And okay, so I have forgotten to save the webhook secret, unfortunately. So let's see if we can now see the user. We still can't see it. Okay, so I want to ask it one thing. I will have to accept all. So for some reason, I can't see the user yet. Can you please, first of all, check the route if we're doing everything correctly? And then I believe we also have to add some more variables to our environment variable file, right? For the redirect and all that stuff to work with Ngrok. Can you please add those and walk me through it step by step? So we'll hit enter. And right now, so the question is, do we need an await here? No. Okay. So as you can see, let's improve the setup. First, let's add more environment variables and then enhance the webhook route. So let's update your env file. So we'll copy that and we'll head back over to our .env file. We'll paste them here. Copy, if that works. It doesn't work. Okay. For whatever reason, let's do it like so. So we'll do it like so. We'll copy that, paste that here. Now, let's copy the Ngrok URL, paste it here, and we'll also do this again. And now we have to do a few more things. So we're probably not using the correct database statements. Now, as you can see, we're using clerk ID, email, name, image URL. So if we have a look at this, clerk ID, email, name, image URL, but we're not creating an ID, and I think this is the problem. So maybe that is the issue. So unfortunately, I don't see any users in the database. I mean, I can authenticate or log in, I get redirected to the chat page. I don't get any errors, but I don't see any users in the user table either. So maybe one of the reasons is that we are not passing an ID for the user. We're passing a clerk ID, but not an ID. So if you have a look at the schema.prisma file, so we want to link the schema file. And if we have a look at the schema file, you can see where the user, so we have the ID, right, as a string, and maybe this will be the issue. We also need to pass an ID as a string, so could you please go ahead and update the, and we want to link the route file so that everything works and we can finally test the feature of adding the user after authentication. And this is why it's crucial to double check the work, right? Because if you think every answer you get is a 100% correct, you'd be mistaken. Let's fix this. First, let's verify the schema and then update the webhook handler. Now let's update the webhook handler to properly handle the ID. Now, unfortunately, I haven't saved the file, as you can see, marked with a dot. And this is why Cascade can't write into the file. It can't write an unsaved file, so it will instead give me all of the file and I need to manually copy paste it. But that's not a big deal. We just wait for it to finish. And okay, so the key changes in this update: edit create ID to generate proper CUIDs for the user ID. Okay, so let's do bun add at parallel drive /cuid2. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. And then we'll paste all the contents. So we first copy it and then we'll paste it. We probably have to do the await again here. And we have some type issues, but that's not a big deal right now. And we probably need to add an await. In another place, or was that it? I think that was it, right? So we only have the type errors. Okay. Now let's see if this works. So it still doesn't work, right? And we have to think about why that is. As far as the webhook setup in Clerk and also the Ngrok setup goes, everything is correct, definitely. I have double checked it. Now I figured maybe it has something to do with middleware, because eventually middleware is not giving us access to the webhook, so to speak, because if you have a look at isPublicRoute, you'll see that we only give access to for unauthenticated users to sign in and sign up. And the other problem might be that in our .env file, we have configured the Clerk configuration, sign-in URL, and so on with our current Ngrok URL, but we also have the next public app URL still at localhost, which probably isn't correct. So we want to delete this, save it, and we also, let me quickly go to our app and let's sign out. And we also want to change the middleware so that we add the endpoint that we're using. So if we head over to Clerk, we want to add this one, right? API Webhooks Clerk. So we want to paste that here. It's called API Webhooks Clerk. And we also need to do next public app URL. And we'll give it the URL of our Ngrok server. So like so. And let's see. Let's do the following. We'll go to Clerk, we'll delete the users and do it like so. Delete user, yes. Delete user, yes. And now, let's head back over here. We'll reload. We should be redirected to this. Okay, now it seems to work. Okay, so we don't have this. But now if we sign in and we use this user and we'll do continue. Something works. Okay, so this might be it. Starting webhook processing, raw webhook, body structured event type user created, webhook verified successfully. Okay, now let's head back over here and have a look at QuickChat. We finally got the user. Okay, so this is awesome. So it really had to do something with one of these things. I figured it probably was the fact that we haven't added the webhook to the create route to the route matcher, and this is why we received this error. Awesome. Now we want to head back over to the next feature, which is state management, because if we have a look, let me quickly close all of this. Yeah, we want to save this. Let's see. Okay, we want to close all, and now if we head back over to our PRD, we have a look at the preview. Now we can see we have the base layout already. We have authentication with the protected routes, user session management, and we've already implemented the database integration. So the next logical step is either query client setup or Zustand store integration. Let's see. So what does it say? We have the project setup. We have the database setup with all of this. It says state management. Okay. But I still want to ask Cascade what we should do next. I figured it might be either query or Zustand, depending on what is best, but I believe it will be Zustand. So let's head over to Cascade and ask it. Unfortunately, I forgot to press record, so I will walk you through the past 5 minutes just so you can see what I've done. It's just the planning phase because I asked Cascade what the next logical step would be. If you have a look at the prompt, I can finally successfully add users to Supabase whenever they authenticate. Now I figured we'll continue with the next feature, which is either the query configuration or Zustand store configuration. I'm a bit lost. Could you please explain what would be the next logical step in the implementation order? Before we even implement any of the core chatting features and encryption features, I figured we should have some kind of state management. Could you please go ahead and explain what we should do? Only explain, don't write code yet, and wait for my confirmation. And for that, please also have a look at PRD and tell me what, according to the PRD, would be the next logical step. Don't just follow the PRD blindly. Please use your own brain. If you think we should start with something different, tell me and wait for my confirmation. Now it went ahead, analyzed the PRD, and it said, okay, we should definitely start with implementing the state management since it's foundational. That will be crucial for other features. Having this in place will make implementing chat presence and notification features much smoother, and it also follows the logical order. Now it went ahead and specified further that we should first implement Zustand Store Setup because it's way simpler than TanStack query. It will handle the UI state that doesn't need server synchronization. And then as the next step, we should tackle TanStack query. Now I asked a follow-up question because I wasn't quite sure if we should also add the first UI feature, which is, if we head over to the application, which is displaying the authenticated user in the online contacts list. Now to that it answered, the user list in the sidebar would actually be better implemented after we have both Zustand and TanStack query in place. Here's why. The user list needs real-time updates from Supabase. It requires server-side data fetching and caching. It needs to handle pagination for larger user lists and so on. And Zustand would handle selected user state, UI states, filter search preferences, and so on. So a better first UI features after implementing Zustand would be something that relies primarily on client-side state, such as the basic layout structure, dark light mode toggle, and sidebar collapse expand functionality. So we'll do this. And by the way, I have quickly sent myself the application URL. So if you have a look at this, you will see that we can access it now. Apparently it looks quite shitty, right? Because we haven't added mobile responsiveness yet. But other than that, it works on mobile. So we'll head back over to Cascade and say, so please, I want to follow your advice and start with implementing Zustand first. Could you please lay out a plan with what slices and stores we should start? I figured it would be best to start with the user store or user slice. And don't write code yet, just plan, wait for my confirmation, and we'll tackle every single slice one by one. So we'll hit enter. And now, so the first priority, as I've said, and as Cascade said earlier, is the user store. The current user's authentication state, user profile data, session information, last seen status, and device type. And for that, I really would like to see if we head over to Supabase and we open the QuickChat. Right now, everything is device type is web, right? Because if you have a look at our route where that we trigger when the webhook fires is, and we scroll down, you can see that device type right now is hard-coded. And apparently this is not correct since I'm logged in on mobile with at least one of the accounts, right? So this is why I want to ask the follow-up question. That's great. Let's start with user store. But please keep in mind, right now in our, and we want to link the route, we hard-coded the device type. So currently, every user uses the device type web. This is apparently not correct, and I would like to change that. And if we have a look at the webhook, I wonder if we somewhere get the device type in the webhook. Probably not. So if we have a look at the user data down below in the terminal, we can see we have the email addresses, we have the scopes, family name, given name, and so on, but we don't have the device type. So we need to utilize a different tool to get this to work. So I will ask Cascade to do it. Could you please edit the route so that we fetch the correct device type? So we'll hit enter. Now we will probably create a new folder called store or something like this to create the Zustand implementation. So here's to properly detect device type, we can use the user agent header from the request. Ah, okay, I see. So somewhere here in the headers, there should be stored device, a property called device type. However, since this is a webhook request from Clerk's servers, we won't get the actual user's device type this way. Instead, we should set a default device type during user creation, which we are already doing, update the device type when the user actually logs in from their device. We should create a separate API endpoint or modify our authentication flow to update the device type when a user logs in. For now, I'll modify the webhook route to make it more explicit that this is just an initial default. Okay, now we should create a new API endpoint to update the device type when a user actually logs in. Would you like me to create the new API point? Add device type detection logic to determine the user is on web or tablet. And I think we should do this. Yeah, let's do this. Create a new API endpoint so we can update the device type and then integrate everything with the user store implementation. Now, if there is a simpler alternative to this, please tell me. If not, if this is the best practice and the only way to go or the most logical way to go, just start implementing right away. And we'll see if there's a simpler alternative. This is indeed the most logical approach, since we need to detect the device type on the client side where we have access to the user's actual device information. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Now here we create a new route called user device. And if we have a look at this, we can see we are importing auth from the wrong module. So it's clerk nextjs /server. So we need to update this. But if we scroll down, you can see that we create the store and also that we, what's this? This is the provider, and probably we'll wrap our application in the user provider so we have access to the store, right? Let's see. Now let's create the user store. Now we need to call detect and update device type when the user logs in. Let's create a root layout component that will handle this. Finally, let's wrap our app with the user provider. I'll check the current root layout first. Let's update the root layout to include our user provider. Okay, so apparently we need to call this, we need to import this from source to make it work. Created an API endpoint. So let's do accept all. And there are still some issues. So for example, also we need to import it from source store, user store. We need to save this. And now there's still something red, right? Because we have to import this from server. And this should look like this. And now if we save it, we still have an error. Where is this? In user provider, because we need to import, we need to do use client. Let's do it like this, use client, and we'll save. And now we shouldn't get any errors. That's correct. And I probably have to, okay, it already worked. Now, as you can see, currently I'm logged in. Let me quickly show you this. So as you can see on my phone, I'm logged in with this name. And if we have a look at the account inside of our users database, you can see that this was successfully changed to mobile. Okay, let me quickly change this. So if we have a look at this user in our table, you can see that that was successfully changed to mobile. So this works, which is great. And we should probably do a git add, git commit, and call it Up Clerk Webhook successfully add authenticated users to DB plus device detection, and we'll write and quit. So the system will now start with unknown device type, detect the actual device type when they log in. Okay, so would you like me to continue with implementing more features of the user store, such as online status and last seen. Yeah, so please have a look at our schema again for the user, and also at, so we need to link this schema.prisma and also at PRD to figure out what kind of features our user store needs in order to be able to implement all of the features. Online status and last seen is a good start, but maybe we need even more. So before you go ahead and create those, could you list them for me, explain them, don't write code yet, and then wait for my confirmation. And I figure, guys, this is really, it takes a shit ton of time, okay? But this really is the most robust way of working with AI models currently, at least from my experience. You just want to pick one specific feature and then you want to work on that until it's done. You want to test it, you want to tackle the next feature, and so you can quality control the work and make sure that you don't change too many things at once so that you lose track of what you're actually doing, right? Okay, now based on the Prisma schema and PRD, here are the key features our user store needs to implement. First, authentication state management, current user data, authentication status, loading states for auth operations, present system, online status, last seen, and so on. User relationships, list of conversations, contact list management, and so on, notification management, unread notifications, and so on, encryption key, blah, and so on. Each of these features would have corresponding actions and state in our Zustand store. Would you like me to proceed with implementing any specific features first? I recommend we start with the present system, since it's fundamental to the chat experience and builds upon our existing device type implementation. Yeah, so I would like you to start with the present system and also authentication state management. Since we've already implemented authentication in our app, I figured it would be good to also be done with it when it comes to the actual client state management. Or what do you think? That's a great approach. Thank you very much. And that's a great approach. Starting with presence system and authentication state management makes perfect sense because they're closely related. Presence depends on authentication state. We already have clerk authentication setup, and these are foundational features that other features will build upon. Okay. Now, let me outline what we'll implement. So we'll do the authentication state management with the store state of is authenticated, user is loading, error, and the actions set user, updated user profile, clear user. Okay, and the present system, online status last seen is active, and so on. So we'll need to create an API endpoint for updating online status and last seen, a presence provider component that handles page visibility changes, user activity monitoring, automatic status updates, and integration with Supabase for real-time presence updates. Okay, with extending our existing user store to include authentication state, then add the present system. Yeah, okay, so I actually want to follow your advice, do it like you suggested, and then show me the result. So we'll create a new presence API endpoint. Let's have a look at it. Now it's even importing the auth function from the correct module. That's neat. So the thing is, we are currently not online as it seems. So we still need to do we probably need real-time subscription for that in our Supabase database. And we're going to talk about this in a few minutes, but maybe Cascade will give us the next steps that are necessary. So I'll start by creating the enhanced user store and the necessary API endpoint. First, let's create the API endpoint. Okay, we've done that. Then let's update the user store with authentication and presence management. Now let's update the user provider to handle presence management. So apparently, okay, so I think this is a good example. So we don't need stuff like online status where we need to track the user activity. We don't need this. So Cascade went a bit above and beyond. So we probably have to revert some of the changes. Let's see. Update to offline when the page is hidden or closed. Return to online when the user becomes active again. Manage device type and authentication state. Okay. So we'll hit accept all for now. And I'll ask a question. Okay, so I'm a bit confused since in the user provider, you've implemented stuff for tracking user activity, but all I want to do really is showing a green dot next to the user inside of the users list, whether he or she is online or not. And as of right now, if we have a look at the user table in Supabase, the online status is set to offline by default. So essentially, we hard-coded offline into this column. Now, I wonder what we need to do in order to get access or to write the correct value to it. We probably need something like real-time subscription to the database. Is that correct? Could you please lay out the feature a bit for me, how it works? And don't write code, just explain for now. So let's hit send, and then we'll see. I understand your confusion. Yeah, sure. You're right, I over-engineered the solution with all the activity tracking when what you really need is simpler. Let me explain how we can implement a basic online-offline indicator. When a user logs in, set their online status to true. In Supabase, when the user logs out, closes tab, set their online status to false, update last seen timestamp in both cases. And we really do need real-time subscriptions for this. So when any user's online status changes, your app will receive an update. This update will automatically reflect in the UI without manual refreshing. Okay. Simple Supabase subscription setup, a basic user provider that only handles online status, a user list. Okay, the current complexity with activity tracking and away status is unnecessary. We should focus on setting online status correctly when users connect, disconnect. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead and implement the simpler version. And also tell me what I need to do inside of Supabase so I can prepare everything for you and help you implement this feature. I figured, so if we switch over here and we go to where is it, database, and we click on, let's see, I think it's called a trigger. Oh wait, no, I think it's we have to set it on the row on the table level. So if we click on users and we go to edit table, here's enable real time. So broadcast changes on this table to authorized subscribers. We need to toggle this, and then we have to follow the advice of Cascade. So for Supabase setup, you'll need to enable real time. Go to your Supabase project dashboard, and here's not the old explanation, right? Navigate to database, replication, enable real-time for the users table. And this doesn't exist because if we have a look at project settings, database, and what did it say? Replication, I really can't see it here. So I think the UI of Supabase changed a bit. Let's see, tables, user, yeah, okay. I think you can access it here now since it's a feature that is enabled on database level. I think they just redesigned the UI. So enable real-time for the users table by adding it to the source tables list. So we'll do enable real-time and we'll do save. Now you can see it says real-time enabled, and go to authentication policies, add a policy for the users table. So we'll do this. We'll go to authentication. We'll go to, wait, that's not correct. Go to authentication and, okay, yeah. Authentication, policies, and then we want to go to the user, and there we want to click on create policy. And here's the sample policy for reading users and updating own status. Once you've set these up, let me know and I'll proceed with implementing. Okay, now since it's saying sample policy for reading users, I want to know, okay, so it says sample policy for reading users and updating the status. Is this the SQL or the actual SQL for the policies that we need, or just some standard solution? If so, please give me the correct SQL for our project. But we want to click on create policy, and now as you can see we can give the policy a name and a command. So in our case we probably need so let's see, so we need update and select, as you can see here, select update, and you're right, we need to adjust the policies for our specific setup since we're using Clerk for authentication and our users table has different column names. Let me check our schema first. Okay, so policy to allow all authenticated users to view all users, allow any authenticated user to read all users. Okay, now let's do copy, and we probably can do it a bit different. So if we close that and we'll head over to the SQL editor and we paste that statement here, we should be able to run this and it should give us a success message. Probably we got an error because it says clerk ID does not exist, and this is correct because it's not actually clerk ID. We have to use capitalization or snake case. As you can see, it's clerk and then a big ID. So head over back here and we want to, where is it? It says clerk ID does not exist, but it uses the correct name. Perhaps you meant to reference the column user.clerkid. Indeed I did, but it is already on user. So I wonder, is it user.clerk? So you have to reference it like so. So user, and then we can choose the clerk ID, and I think, is that already it? Let's see, we'll do run. Syntax error at, then is it just like so? Probably, right? Let's do run. Syntax error, I don't get it. Clerk ID does not exist. Okay, so whenever we get an error, you could click debug with the Supabase AI, and you would also get an AI-based answer. So it seems that create for authenticated users on for select to using, let's see, accept the change. So this really didn't do much, right? Let's see if that works again. Still doesn't work. So let's see. We'll copy that and we'll head over here and say, okay, for some reason I get this error inside of Supabase SQL editor, and I have tried their solution, meaning changing the clerk ID to user.clerkid, but it still doesn't work. Can you help me resolve this issue, please? I see. When using Supabase policies, we need to reference the actual column names in the database. Let me modify the policies to work. So we'll copy that. We'll head over here and we'll paste that. Now it looks a bit different, as you can see here. And now if we click run, we still get an error, which says operator does not exist, text UUID. Okay. The auth UID in Supabase returns a UUID, while our clerk ID is stored as a string. Okay, now we'll do it one more time. And we'll do it like so. As you see here, we are using a typecast now. The double colon means we're casting this to a text. And we'll do run now. Missing from clause entry for table new, whatever that means. So new in lowercase Supabase policies, here's the corrected version. Removed new reference. Where's the new reference? Here's the new reference. Okay, let's try that one more time. Now that was a success. That is great. And now if we head back over here, run the select, try running these policies separately again, run the select policy first, then run the update policy. Now we've run them both together, but well, I think this shouldn't be an issue. Now I was able to successfully execute this SQL command, and it works. Now, could you please tell me what we should do next in our implementation plan? Please take into account we're currently working on the user store, and we want to have the online status of the user. So the Supabase real-time access was just for preparation. What do you suggest we should do next? Now that we have the Supabase policy set up, let's implement the real-time presence feature in this order. First, let's set up the Supabase client. We haven't done that yet. Set up the client with our credentials, configure real-time subscription options, and second, simplify user store, remove the complex presence logic, add Supabase real-time subscription handling, and so on, remove activity tracking, and so on. Also, we'll need your Supabase project URL and anon key. So if you can remember, guys, we have already added this to our database. So where do we have it? Next public Supabase URL, and we also have the key, so we don't need to add this anymore. Please implement the steps in the suggested order, and I've already added the project URL and the anon key to the .env file, and we want to link the .env file. .env, where is it? For some reason it won't let me link the .env file. I wonder why that is. So we'll just call it .env. So you don't have to change anything in there. And then tell me what I should do to test the feature. We'll do this. Great. Let's implement each step. First, let's create the Supabase client utility, and there will probably be a new folder, yeah, as you can see here, called lib with Supabase, where we create the client with our next public Supabase URL and the next public Supabase anon key. So you want to make sure that this name is exactly what you can find here, right? Next public Supabase URL, next public Supabase anon key. Otherwise, you will get errors, and you will wonder why that is. Let's simplify the user store. So if we go here, you can see that we delete all of this, and all that we need is the online. So if the user is online or not, and the last seen property. Now open your app in 2 different browsers or incognito windows. Log in with different accounts in each window. When you log in, the user should be marked as online in the database. When you close the tab window, the user should be marked as offline. You can verify this in Supabase dashboard. Create a simple component to display online users. I can help you create this. Okay. So let's hit accept all. And now, we are logged in into the application with 2 accounts, right? So this account is logged in, and if we head over to Supabase, to the table editor, and we go to user, we see that this account is logged in. And now, if I open the window on my phone, and we probably have to reload here, it's still false. So let me see. If I sign out and I sign back in again, with the correct URL. Where is it? I'll take this one. I'll do continue. And let's see. So this apparently doesn't work. Do we get any errors? We can't see anything because we haven't added any log statements. Okay. So I wonder if I log out in the desktop version. Let's do this. So we'll sign out. And we head over here and we have a look at the new status. It's still true too. So for some reason, the feature doesn't work at all. So let's see, maybe if I restart the server, I don't think that this has anything to do with it, but let's just see. It's still set to true. Let's see, we'll have user presence route. The online status is online. So maybe this is a Boolean type, so this is probably why it doesn't work. So it doesn't work, and I figured inside of our database or inside of our user table, it's actually not a string. So let's have a look again. It's a Boolean, and in our route, we want to go to the, where is it, presence route. We set the online status to an online string, so to speak. So could you please tell me if that is important? I figured it might be. And can you also tell me if we would have to change some of the real-time subscription setup that we did earlier with the SQL statement to make it work? Yes, this is a crucial point. No shit. And here's the thing. I probably have linked to, I probably have given Cascade too little context, right? But you still have to know what you're doing, at what point of the development, or at which point of the development process you currently are. So you can, well, as I've said, double check the work. So you're right, there are a few things we need to fix. In the presence route, we are correctly converting the status to a Boolean with status equal online. But we need to update our store and real-time subscriptions to match this Boolean approach. Let's fix the user store's real-time subscription. So apparently has encountered an internal error in this step. Let's fix the user store. Actually, looking at the code again, our Supabase real-time subscription is already correctly set up for Boolean values. The filter online equals true and online equals false are using the correct Boolean syntax. However, we should update the interface in some of the function signatures in our store. So I apologize for the error in the edit attempts. The good news is that after reviewing all the code, is currently handling Boolean values with online status. The Supabase real-time subscription is correctly. The issue might be elsewhere. Are you seeing any specific errors in the console? No, I don't. Let's have a look here. So we'll do refresh. So sign in, continue. We'll do this. And let's try another one. So sign in. Let's do this one. Nope, doesn't work. But last seen also doesn't work. Okay. We get a database error as it seems. Prisma user.create unique constraint fields. But this is from the webhook, right? Is the online status not updating in the database? Yeah, the online status is not updating at all. I don't know if the real-time subscriptions are firing. I can't see anything in the console except for the log statement for the webhook that we have implemented earlier. And yeah, I do get an error, which is a P2002 error because it says invalid prisma.user.create invocation, unique constraint failed on the fields, and it shows the email field. But I figured this really hasn't something to do with the current issue that we are facing, right? It's a separate issue related to our user creation. Let's debug the online status update. First, let's add some console logs to track what is happening. So, and I figured let's go to the webhook route, and we should probably delete some of the log statements. So for example, this one, and I think this was the biggest one, right? Yeah, okay. So we'll save this. And now let's add the logging to the user provider. And let's check the user store. Use user store. Okay. Let's do accept all. And so we can't see anything yet. Let me see. Are we even user device presence? Okay. Are we even making the API call? That is the thing. So it should be triggered automatically. So let's see. We'll do sign in and we'll do this one and we'll do continue. It only loads the chat. Okay. So this might be a dumb question, but does the presence route trigger automatically whenever the user signs in, or do we need to link it to a button or something like that? So user provider, looking at your layout, we have the user provider setup, but we also need to make sure we're setting the user in our store when Clerk authenticates them. Let's modify the user provider to handle this. Okay. Now the flow will be user signs in with Clerk, user provider detects the sign-in, fetches the user data from our database, sets the user in our store, updates the online status, sets up real-time subscription. And guys, as you can see, it will pretty quickly get somewhat complicated. So it still doesn't show the thing, right? Let's do sign out. Do we see anything? Now we get an error, which is good. And it says error route used params should be awaited before using. Okay, let's see. So we'll save this, we'll paste it here and see if Cascade can fix it for us. We need to fix two issues. The Next.js params need to be awaited. So here, Clerk ID await params probably. And the user is not found because we need to handle the Clerk webhook first. Let's fix the Clerk ID route. Now let's modify the user provider to handle the case where the user might not exist yet. We need to create the user creation endpoint. So this will probably mess up something. Let's see. We'll reload this. It's compiling. And now we have, so we're not logged in at all, right? On no device. So I want to start with this user, with the first one. So we'll head over here. We'll do sign in. What's the error? Okay, so this is still the Chrome extension. So, okay, user found. So this seemed to have worked. If we go here and we still have the false, if we refresh, it works. As you can see, we had the false and now we have the true value for the online indicator. Okay, so we found the user, we updated the user status, and now I wonder if I head back over here and I do sign out and I refresh here, it's offline. And if I try that on my phone, let's see, sign in, and let's try it with the second user. We'll do it like so, continue. So I'm logged in on my phone, and if I reload this, that still doesn't work. Okay, so I get an error here, okay. And it says, fetching user with clerk ID, not found for clerk ID. So why is that? Because there's a different clerk ID. It says, so, okay. You know what, we'll start fresh. We'll do delete, and I will do sign out on all devices. So we have that, we're good to go. So we'll do sign in. And I will also head over to clerk and I will go to dashboard and I will delete all the users, right? So let's do this. So we have no users, and now I will start with this one, continue. So we catch the webhook, we get the user, this works, we created it. And if we go here and we refresh, at least we should see the user and he's online. And now if I log out, online false, and if we head over here to Supabase once more, the user is now offline. Okay, and now what about logging in on my phone? So I will do this, I will do continue. Now I'm logged in and we should see the user, but the user is not logged in. So okay, yeah, we're logged in. Okay, so this is now the user that I've just logged in with on mobile, and this is the first user from the desktop, right? So if I now click sign out again and I hit reload, it should not say false. Oh, okay. Oh, finally, we're done with this. Great. Now we'll do a quick git add and a git commit, and we'll do edit user online presence feature with live Supabase live subscription, and we'll do this. Okay, now we can finally start updating the UI, right? Because this is what Cascade suggested a little bit. If we scroll up a bit, you can see, where is it? Here, real-time testing, create a simple component to display online users. I can help you create this if needed. So I wonder, I had said, okay, we should first focus on the store setup. Now, great. Now that works both on mobile and on web. That's great. Now that we have implemented this and also the live subscription with Supabase and it works, can we please proceed with our initial task of setting up Zustand for the user? So we have already created the user store and the user store hook. So we've already created the user store, and now I would like to know what the next logical step would be. Do we still need to add some hooks for the user store so that we can implement all the features from our PRD? So could you please go back to your initial plan and suggest what we do now? Again, just planning, no code yet, wait for my confirmation. And I know, guys, this is kind of tedious, right? Because we're almost, I don't know how many minutes into the video, probably an hour or so, and we haven't done much, right? The only thing that we've done is like creating the online presence indicator, connecting everything, but we can't see shit in the UI yet. So this is why we'll probably ramp up the speed a bit so that we can finally see some changes and test the real-life chatting feature. So, okay, list contacts and recent conversations. So based on the PRD and what we've implemented so far, here's what we still need to add to our user store. contact management, list contacts, recent conversations, search users, add remove contacts, encryption key management, user preferences. Okay, so I probably won't implement the user preferences and the user profile management. This is too much. But what we need is the session management, I think, and also the encryption key management and the contact management. So user profile management, most basic and needed for other features. Contact management needed for chat functionality, notification state, user preferences. Okay. Okay, now let's have a look. List contacts, recent conversations, search users. If we have another look at the app, so let me quickly sign in again with this one. Continue. So all that we need to do is to display the online contacts, right? This is why I will. So all I really want to do is to list the online contacts and the recent conversations. And under recent conversations, I want to list the offline contacts essentially with the user has had contact to. And search users function is also good. I don't need add or remove contacts for now. And the next thing, so we don't need the user preferences. This is too much. I don't want it, but we need the notification state. We also don't need the user profile management. And we definitely need the session management so each user can see the other users even though they are on different devices. So could you please pick one of those, which is the most important? I guess this would be the contact management, and create the store features and hooks for that. I really like the dictation app. For those of you who want to know what that is, it's called Whisper Flow. You can try it out. I think it has a 14-day trial phase for now. As far as I can tell, it really is nice. It simplifies your workflow. It makes you faster because you can just tell what you want and you don't have to type everything, right? So yes, you're absolutely right. Contact management is the most crucial feature to implement as it's the foundation for the chat functionality. Let me outline the specific features we'll implement. So real-time list of all online users, show online status indicator, already partially implemented with our Supabase real-time subscription, recent conversations, offline contacts, and so on, search functionality to find users by name. Okay. The store would need these additions, and if we have a look at the user store, you can see right now we have the user state, and that's about it. So what I want to do is tell it that we want to create the contact state. So would you like me to proceed with implementing this contact management feature? Okay, yeah. Please go ahead and start with the online users list, recent conversation list. With those two, we don't need the search functionality for now. Please go ahead and implement this. So we'll do this because now we can, well, I wonder if we can also implement the showing the user, because we probably need React query setup, but let's see. So we created a new, let's create the API endpoint for the users. And by the way, for those of you who are wondering why we create a new API endpoint for every action, it's just separation of concerns, right? You don't want multiple API endpoints to do multiple things. You want to do divide and conquer, basically, which is every file, quote unquote, should have a very specific task. This makes debugging a lot easier in the end, and will help you immensely at using AI when you create these apps. So now let's update our user store to handle these lists. And now we need to update the user provider to fetch the initial user lists. Now we have a complete user store that manages online users and recent contacts, real-time updates for online status changes, and so on. Would you like me to create the UI components to display the lists next? So we'll hit accept all. And if we head over here, you can see that we already have, I think this should be the, where is it? It's not the nav bar, it's in the sidebar, and we have the user item and user list already. Yeah, so you can use UI components I already have. So we have the user list where we display, as you can see here, we have John Doe and Jane Smith, and the recent chats, it's basically all in one component, right? So I want to do it like so. So this. Please have a look at, where is it, user list? I think it's here, right? Components sidebar, yes. And use this component. I mean, you can refactor it, you can make 2 or more components out of it. Just use this as a base because we've already implemented, and I figured it would be smart to use it. And now, as you can see, it even goes ahead, it analyzes the user list, and it sees, okay, inside of the user list, we have multiple components. We have the user item, and we have the search bar. The search bar is not really relevant for our current task, but we have the user item, and so it goes ahead and also analyzes the user item. This is the agentic workflow I've been talking about, right? And I'm not sure if Cursor does this too, but it's quite interesting to see. And I think this is one of the reasons why Windsurf works a little bit better when it comes to making it work on the first try, so to speak. So great, let's refactor these 2 components and connect them to our user store. First, let's create separate components for online and recent users. This is great, online recent users. And then we probably import this into our user list, as you can see here. And now let's update the user item component to handle image URLs. Okay. Okay, because we want to see the URLs of the users, the images of the users, which makes sense. A main user list. Okay. The components will automatically show online users with green status indicators. So apparently we'll do accept all, and we don't see anything yet. So let's see if I reload this. So something is happening. Fetched users. I can't see the users. But if I have a look at Supabase, we should see that both are online, right? No, only one is online. Yes, because on my phone I'm not authenticated. So let me quickly do this. I will choose this account, and now I'm here, and it should be true. Okay. Okay, we don't see anything. And if we have a look at the, where is it? It's probably the users list route. It says get users list 200. Ah, okay. So it just takes a while. Now, this is online contacts 1. If I refresh here, but we should see 2 online contacts, right? No, okay, so if we have a look at this, you can see that I can see the web user that is authenticated in online, and on web I can see the user that I'm authenticated with on my phone. So if I log out on my phone, the user in the web interface should disappear. So it probably takes a moment until we fetch the route again, and it's gone. Okay, so this works, which is awesome. I really like this video so far because most of the things work right away, which feels nice. I'm not gonna lie. So we're gonna do a git add, and we're gonna do a git commit. We say edit live online presence feature in sidebar, and we'll do a write and quit. And now we can ask Cascade what feature we should implement next. However, I mean, we don't see anything under recent contacts, probably, because I think this has something to do with the conversations, because if you have a look at here, we reference the conversations, or we look in the conversations table, but since we don't have any, if we have a look at Supabase, we haven't set that up, right? In conversations, nothing is in there. So this is why we can't see anything in past conversations or in recent contacts. Okay, so unfortunately I ran into some usage errors with Ngrok. Apparently on the free version you only, let me show you. So on the free version you only have a specific number of requests per minute, and the amount of traffic you can send is not infinite. This is why I quickly had to change this to a local development, as you can see here. Now I just ask Cascade how to do it, and the only thing that I needed was my IP address, my local IP address, and also I had to update the webhook URL in Clerk, and I had to run this command, run dev local, and now I'm hosting everything on my computer, and I don't have any usage limits anymore. So I will work with this from now on. But I mean, if you followed this tutorial, you can still work with the Ngrok version. Just know that you may run into some usage errors, and this is how you can solve this, okay? Okay, great. Now, this works. Apparently, everything is working properly, and I can see the users on the different devices. So for example, if I'm on my phone, I can see the web users and vice versa. And now I would like to proceed with the next implementation step. So I figured we're still not done with the user store setup. So what would be your suggestion that we implement next? Because to be honest, I want to implement the core feature, which is the messaging, as quickly as possible. First without encryption, just to test it. So since now we can authenticate users, I want to try the chat application out, so to speak. So could you please lay out a plan what we should tackle next to achieve our goal of implementing the core feature as quickly as possible? Only plan, don't write code yet. So we'll hit enter. We probably have to do a React query so that we can handle the server stuff, but we'll see what Cascade has to say. Now, here's a plan to quickly implement basic messaging without encryption. Create a use conversation store, track active conversation, handle message list, real-time message updates via Supabase. So this is the next thing that we need to do, right? If we head over to Supabase, and we also need to enable real-time subscription for message, right? And we'll do this in a bit. So we need to create a new API endpoint, which is the second priority, to create and list user conversations. And this will also tackle the next feature, which we want to have here, because we will be able to display past conversations. And then we want to send messages and get conversation messages so that we can display them inside of the chat window, right? So the database operations, we already have the schema for the conversation participant, and message. We just need to implement the operations, and then we need to update the UI components with the conversation list, right sidebar, and so on. Now, I wonder, so can we really implement this without having implemented React Query prior to this? Because as much as I want to implement the messaging feature, I want to follow the correct way of doing things, right? I don't want to proceed too quickly and then find out, oh, I should have done this differently. So now that you have this info, can you please revise the plan and make a new suggestion? Because here's the thing, those AI models will do whatever you tell them, right? So this is why you want to take a break from time to time and then give them a new thought, so to speak. And it really says you make an excellent point. Looking at our PRD and architecture diagram, TanStack query is a crucial part of our stack. And look at what happened. I haven't told it to check the PRD again. It went ahead and looked at it itself, which is pretty sick, to be honest. And blah is a crucial part, especially for handling server state and caching. And this is really crucial for what we want to do. So here's the revised plan. So first priority should be the query setup with query client, provider, error handling, cache configuration, and so on. And then migrate current features to React Query. So move user fetching to queries, handle online status updates as mutation, set up real-time invalidation, and then conversation message structure after query setup. Okay. So the proper order should be set up TanStack query provider and config, migrate existing user features to use queries, then proceed with conversation messaging features, and finally add the real-time updates. Okay, yeah, please start with the TanStack query setup. It's called TanStack, right? And while this is working, I want to head over to the query docs. This is the page that I want to do. Now, and if we have a look at the latest version and we click on installation, you can see that we first have to run this command, bun add TanStack React query. Now, I've already done this previously. So if we have a look at package.json, we should, yeah, as you can see here, we have the correct version installed. And there's another thing that I want to show, because if we look, I think it's this one. As you can see, prior to version 5, in the query client, the default option was the cache time, but this was renamed to GC time. And now if we have a look at this, oh, it didn't make the error, which is great, because sometimes those AI models tend to use outdated documentation, but in this case it already used the correct property, GC time, so we don't need to change this. So let's have a look at what it did. It created query.ts, which is the client configuration and the provider, and it also created the query provider that we need to wrap our application in. Now we need to this module here. So let's quickly grab this and write bun add, and this should resolve the issue. And now I hope it should resolve the issue. And let's create our first query hooks for the user. So if we have a look at hooks users, you can see that we now run all of the hooks like the presence and so on through the React query. And let's do accept all. Let's change to our application. Okay, so we'll get an error. Is that correct? Hierarchy request failed to execute append child on node. So maybe we have to restart the application. Let's see. Bun run dev local. So it seems that this did the trick. Maybe not. We still get the errors. Not found error, remove child. So I wonder why it works on mobile. Doesn't work on mobile. But we don't see any errors here. So let's see. We probably need to copy all of those errors. So now, unfortunately, after making these changes, I get the following 4 errors in my browser. This is the first one. This is the second one. The third one. Could you please explain why that is? And, well, fix the errors and make it work with our current project and implementation of everything. So apparently there's a problem in our layout. So let's have a look here. We need to put this outside of the HTML. Let's see, did this, so this works. Let me refresh on my phone. This also works. I can see the user and I can also see the user on my phone, which is great. Awesome. Now, I wonder why we are even using Next.js 13 plus. I thought we were using Next.js 15, but I think it just says that after Next.js 13, we have to do it like so. Great. Okay. Now, apparently everything seems to work even with the query implementation. So I will quickly do a git add and git commit. Edit React query setup plus use user hooks, and we'll do a write and quit. So let's have a look at this. So we have finished the first step, which is the query setup. We probably didn't have the proper error handling yet. So we have the provider setup, we have the error handling. So let's have a look at React query. So this is the config, and we need to have a look at the query provider. So I don't think that we have enough for handling. So now apparently everything works because the app didn't break. I can still see the real-time features of the online indicator, but there is still one thing. So I wonder if we have already implemented enough error handling. And if so, I wonder what the next step is. Now it says real-time integration with Supabase. Have you already done this during the setup process? And have you also already migrated the current features to React Query as suggested in step 2 with the use online users and use recent contacts and so on? If not, please tell me, explain, and then do these things so we can finish the setup. So we'll hit enter. You're right. While we've set up the React Query infrastructure, we haven't yet migrated our components to use the new hooks. Okay, so apparently it still works, but only we haven't integrated the React Query fully. So let's see if this is still the case after we have made the changes. Edit proper error handling. We haven't done that either. Fully integrated the Supabase real-time subscription with React Query. Okay, so edited online users TSX, and there is a error because our user, so if we have a look at the types, where is it? Let's see. This is a string, right? And if we have a look at this, it says the type string or null is not assignable to type string or undefined. So this is either a string or undefined, and we probably have to go here and say undefined and save this, which should probably also resolve this. Is this correct? Type null is not assignable to type undefined. Now let's have a look. So the online users, we made some changes. First, let's update online users component to use React Query, and there is the use users hook. Now let's do the same for the recent contacts. Now let's update the user provider to use React Query for online status. And if I now click on accept all, everything should still work as expected. Is that correct? Okay, so we get an error, but this is still because of the stupid Chrome extension. And this is awesome. Guys, this is so great. I'm really stoked. To be honest, I've tried to build a similar project a couple of weeks ago, but it didn't work with Cursor. And now that we have the power of a new model or a newly trained model, it's still called 3.5 Sonnet, but apparently this really works better than Cursor. The flow is now user logs in, fetch user data, set online status, triggers React Query mutation, receive status online, and subscribes to real-time updates React Query components. Okay, so no, I think this will be good enough for now. Everything still works. So if we have a look at this, we have the new hooks and everything. Can you now please suggest the next feature that we should implement? Now that we have React Query set up and also Zustand, I figured, would it be a good idea to finally start with the chat feature, or should we do something else first? Please refer to PRD, but also use your own brain and make a professional suggestion. We want to link PRD again, and now we want to hit enter. Hopefully, I hope it doesn't go ahead and writes any code yet, because I haven't specifically told it not to. But it seems that everything works out quite well and we only get a suggestion. So looking at the PRD and our current implementation, I recommend we proceed with the chat feature, but in a specific order. Basic chat implementation first without encryption, and this is a good idea. So we create a conversation store with React Query. Then we implement message sending, receiving, and add real-time updates via Supabase. Set up optimistic updates for instant feedback. And for those of you who wonder what instant feedbacks are, so whenever you have a client and you have a server, so the client in our case is the user, aka the web browser or the phone from which the user is accessing our app, and we do something in the UI, which relies on a server action, and in our case it does, right? Because when we send a message, we have to make an API request to Supabase's servers to add the message, to maybe change some other things in our tables. And this takes a while, right? It doesn't take like 3 minutes, but it takes a few milliseconds or maybe even 1 second, I don't know. But we still want to see the changes in the UI immediately, okay? Because think about it. How dumb would it be if you would be in WhatsApp and you would send a message to your friend and you would click send and you wouldn't immediately see the message inside of your user interface, right? You would have to wait 2 seconds for the message to appear. You would think the app would be broken, right? So this is essentially what optimistic updates is describing. You need a way to synchronize the client actions, so to speak, with the server-side actions. And I know this is not really a technical explanation whatsoever, bear with me, but in my mind, it actually makes a lot of sense, okay? So the next step is then to add encryption, and this way we can test the core functionality easier to debug without encryption complexity. Here's the specific order I suggest. First implementation phase is create conversation store and hooks, then add the API endpoints, and then set up the real-time subscriptions. Okay, so we have React query set up for state management. We have Supabases ready for real-time features. User presence is working, which we need for chat, adding encryption later. Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, let's start with the first phase, which is creating the conversation store and the hooks, adding the API endpoints, and set up the real-time subscriptions. And then eventually we'll probably also have to connect it to Zustand, right? So that we can see the optimistic updates in the UI. Is that correct? So it already goes ahead and creates all of the files. The use conversation store. So we still have to check if it's using the correct schemas, for example, because right now, if we have a look at our schema.prisma file, we see that we import the conversation model, but we never use it. Why is that? Let's see. Now let's create the React query hooks for conversation. Now let's create the API endpoints for first the conversations endpoint. There we have it. Single conversation endpoint. Okay, guys, and I swear it will make sense in a bit, okay? We'll walk through the code and I try my best to explain it to the best of my ability. I probably won't get everything right because I'm still in the learning process myself, but we'll see. So we now have state management, Zustand store for UI state, active conversation, draft, optimistic updates, and so on. React query for server state, which is the conversations and messages, clear separation of concerns. So we have Zustand, which is responsible for adding or for changing the UI, and we have React query, which handles all the server side stuff. And apparently, we don't see any conversations yet because we don't have any conversations inside of our Supabase table, right? And we also haven't set up the Supabase subscriptions for messages and conversations. So let's quickly head over to Supabase before we do anything else. And we click on messages and we need to click on edit table, enable real time and click save. And we have to do the same for the conversation. So let's do this, edit table and then enable real time. And now, would you like to proceed with creating the UI components next? We can create conversation list, chat window, and message input. Okay, so let's hit accept all. Yeah, so this is actually a good idea, but first of all, we already have some components for that. And we want to have a look at, where is it? I think it's in the sidebar. So since we want to use the sidebar of our application. So we want to display the conversations, right? Under no recent contacts. And this is, I think it's like, is it here? It's the recent contacts, as you can see here. So no recent chats. No, exactly. So we want to use an already existing component. We don't need to create a completely new one. So the conversation list, okay. For that, please have a look at, and I just want to link the sidebar folder, right? The source component sidebar. And if you need to create new components and import them into the existing one for easier code-based maintenance, please do. But maybe you can use what we already have and build on this. And now before you actually start implementing, I have another question. So I have enabled real-time subscription in Supabase for both conversation and messages. And this should be enough, right? So we can start with the rest of the implementation. And the next question, if I would go into Supabase and create a conversation manually, it should show in the sidebar. Is that correct? Or do we still need to do something to make that work? So now it analyzes the sidebar. And while we've enabled real-time subscription, we need to make sure they're properly connected to our app. Currently, we have the subscription set up in our hooks, but we haven't actually called this setup function anywhere yet. We should add it to query provider. Now, apparently we get quite a few errors because, where is it? In user list. Let's see. Yeah, because we want to import conversation list, but this component doesn't exist yet. But now it does, as you can see here. It says right now, failed to load conversations and failed to load users. So we might have to do a little bit of refactoring there. So first of all, let me hit accept all. So it says failed to load users and failed to load conversations on both devices. Okay, so I would love to create a conversation record, but right now it says failed to load users and failed to load conversations in the sidebar components after you've made the recent changes. So could you please go ahead, maybe add some log statements or explain why that doesn't work? Please take into account our whole project structure that we have so far, right? Everything should work together. Zustand with query, with clerk authentication. You don't need to build it all from scratch. It just needs to work together. So we'll hit enter. So let's add logging to trace the issue. And there we get quite a lot of errors. Internal server error. Okay. So apparently we're making too many requests to the to Supabase. So I will quickly kill the process. And then we want to all of the errors down here. So the payload argument must be of type object. Okay, so I have no idea what that means. So first of all, before we immediately paste the code here, we want to click accept all for now. And we want to run the application. So bun run dev, and we don't want to forget the local. And now, yeah, let's see if we do a refresh. We probably still get the errors. Okay, now everything seems to work. No users online. Let's see. We are signed in. Maybe it just takes a while. No users online, failed to load conversations. Okay, so we still get the issue. And if we have a look at Supabase, this probably breaks, right? No, it doesn't. Okay, yeah, so this is the issue. So first of all, I want to paste all of this here, and I also need this. And we want to quickly kill the process. And now we should still be able to fetch this. Yeah, this is correct. Okay. And let's head over to Cascade and ask what's going on, because actually I have no idea. I think we're making too many requests at once. This is why Supabase is kind of banning us or restricting us from accessing anything. So we want to paste that. So let's see. Okay, yeah, so after these, I still get quite a lot of errors. So after these changes, I still get quite a lot of errors. I still can't fetch the users and conversations. And we want to paste that here. And when the application is running, it almost seems that Supabase can't handle all of the requests because I can't access the tables anymore. And I get the following message. So we want to run that again, bun run dev, local, because I want to grab the Supabase message, right? That we can see inside of here in the table editor. So let's see, we'll restart. Okay, now it works. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Okay, yeah, I have absolutely no idea why we received the errors before, because now apparently it works, right? Can I still, let's see, I log out, everything works as expected, I get redirected. If I sign back in, I click this, it updates on my phone, and it says failed to load users again. Okay, now if we refresh this, now we're getting the error. Okay, so copy. So we want this to paste here. And we also need the other message. Where is it? There it is. Failed to load schemas. Copy. And now let's kill the process. And we want to paste the second message here. So could you please tell me why that is? Apparently we're making too many requests, as it seems. So somewhere we have some kind of leak. Could you please fix this and explain where that came from? So apparently sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. And we'll have a look at why that is. So while that is running, maybe we can look at the different routes. So what were the new routes that we've created for the messages, for example? So as you can see, this is the post request. First, we want to define if we are authenticated with the user, and then we await the conversation ID and the content that is associated with it. So get the current user's database ID, as you can see. We want to find them, and then we want to add the conversation to the participant. We want to verify if the user is a participant in the conversation. And if that's so, we want to create the message and push it to the database, and also update the attributes, right? So for example, here the conversation's updated at. Oh, and it seems that we are creating too many Prisma clients, as you can see here. The issue is that we're creating new Prisma clients and Supabase connections on every request. This is causing connection leaks. Let's fix this by first create a singleton Prisma client. Here is the Prisma client, as you can see. And so now that I see this, we should have done this right from the beginning. And I don't know why we haven't done it, because it's in our PRD, right? So let's see if we have a look at the PRD, and let's look at the first step. I think it's somewhere around here. Oh, it's not in our PRD. Okay, that's too bad. But usually this is part of the normal setup process that you create a Prisma client first. I don't know why I haven't thought about it, but well, that's unfortunate. And now let's update the conversation API to use this singleton. And now it essentially goes ahead and updates all of the different routes where we are using the Prisma client. So for example, here, as you can see, import Prisma from source lib Prisma and so on. And finally, let's create a singleton for Supabase. So we already had that for Supabase. The changes I've made created a singleton Prisma client that's reused across the requests and added error logging and so on. Okay. Now let's hit accept all, and let's see if this already did the trick. We'll do bun run dev local again, and I will refresh that on my phone, see if it works. So we have no users online. We don't get any errors, as it seems. Now we can see the user logged in. This works, and I can see it on my phone. Can I see it on my phone? I can't see it on my phone yet. Let's see if we sign out and sign back in again. On my phone, it still says failed to load users. And we should also run into the issue in Supabase, right? Yeah, okay. So let's again quickly kill that and say, okay, for some reason it works on web. Okay, so I don't know why. I have checked everything again and now it works, so we don't get any issues anymore. So it definitely was the problem with the multiple Prisma clients, because now if we have a look at QuickChat, we can see there's one user online, and if I quickly change the camera angle, you can see that we have one user, and if I refresh the page, it takes a short moment, but I can still see the user, which is great. And we don't get any errors whatsoever. So this worked. Now, finally, I want to do a git add and git commit and call it, okay, created React query hooks for live user status and oh no, we did this already. So created React query hooks for conversations and messages and changed to React query when displaying live users. Or now, if we scroll up a bit, let's see. So if we create a new conversation record and a conversation participant records linking the conversation to users, the conversation should appear in the sidebar for those users. Okay, and why? Because I don't want to do this manually. I will copy that and I will paste that here. And we'll say, okay, could you please give me a very simple SQL statement so that I can test the creating a conversation record and link the conversation participant to the users or to as a specific user to test the feature that we just implemented. Let me help you create the SQL statements. First, let's check our current user's ID. Let's see. After you refresh the page, you should see your user ID. So it added the user ID with the console log. And then we need to copy that. You should see your user ID in the console. Now here are the SQL statements to create a test conversation. And here we have to paste the user ID to test with another user. So we'll hit accept all and unexpected token. Obviously, it takes a short moment for the changes to appear. Now, if we open the console, we should see, so if we hit refresh, there's our user ID, so user underscore and so on. And we'll head back over to Supabase. Let's do it like so. So that we have everything on both sides. Now, apparently, this looks shitty because we haven't implemented any mobile responsiveness yet, but we want to paste that here. We want to take the clerk user ID. And we want to paste it here. And I think also here. And now if we hit run, first of all, we shouldn't get any errors. But the question is why we can't see the users yet. There's the user. And if I reload on my phone, unexpected end of JSON input, whatever that means. So first of all, let's hit run. Remaining connection slots are reserved. So we again have too many requests as it seems. Yeah, okay. Separate from split view. Okay, for some reason it still doesn't work. That's weird. Okay, so maybe we'll do the following. We'll do it like so. And then we revert back to here. So first of all, we want to copy that and we want to paste it maybe here. And we want to comment that out. And we want to revert back to here. And now let's run that again. Run dev local. So we want to open QuickChat. It says no users online. If I refresh on my phone, probably takes a quick moment. Now it works and we don't get any errors. So now we want to test it again with the else statement. Hopefully it's still in my clipboard because I see that I've reverted the changes in the file, which was pretty stupid, but let's see. Okay, thank God. And let's grab the clerk user ID. So we'll head over to clerk and we'll go into this account. We'll do copy. And instead of Supabase, we want to paste that here. And also here. And then we want to click run. It says error, column created add of relation conversation participant does not exist. Insert to conversation participant. So if we have a look at this table needs another field which is called created add. And we can quickly do this ourselves maybe. Let's do it like so. Conversation participant. And we need a created add, which is probably this one. and we can do it like so. And we want to save this. We need to do bun Prisma. What was the command? Bun Prisma generate and bun Prisma DB push. And now if we go back here and refresh this, we have a created ad, as you can see, and head back over to the else statement. Now this is the statement where we tried to run earlier, and now if we click run, we also need an updated ad. Okay, fair enough. So we'll do it like so. The question is, do we need, okay, so default no, okay. And then we'll need to do it again, bun Prisma generate and bun Prisma DB push. And now if we do this again, insert or update on table violates foreign constraints, conversation participant user F key. So the user is not present on table user. That is, okay, why is that? So let's use this ID, right? Maybe it works with the correct ID. So we'll paste that here, but this is the correct ID. Of course, it's not present in table user, key user ID. Yeah, okay, sure, because it's called clerk ID. And now it should work, I guess, still. So apparently there was a mismatch between the column names that we tried to use to insert something and the actual column names. And now if we have a look at conversation, you can see that we have a test conversation and we also have a conversation participant. And now if I reload the app, I should be seeing the conversation, but at least on mobile, it doesn't work. But it says conversations fetched, as you can see here. But we don't display them in the UI yet. So now it says in the console, in the browser console, that the conversations are fetched. However, I can't see anything in the UI yet. Could you please go ahead and make the changes so that we update the UI with Zustand and all of the different moving parts that we currently have? Again, please have a look at, and we want to link the sidebar, right? Since we've already created some files and also components to display the conversations. So we have one conversations in here, as you can see. So error fetching users. I can't see anything on mobile yet. I think it takes a bit longer for the results to appear. So let's do accept all. It says failed to load users. Why? Internal server error. Now, do we get an error on Supabase too? Yeah, okay. Maybe I want to restart the server again. Let's see. Bun run def. Now it works. Let's wait a bit for the actual conversations to appear. So we show one conversation here. Why can't I see it on my phone though? This is still the extension error. So let me quickly sign out and sign in again. Of course, I can only see the conversations on web because this is the user we have stored the conversation for. Sometimes it's so easy, right? Okay, yeah, that works. I can now see the conversations with, for example, a 1 in braces, since we have added only one conversation. But I would like to see the conversation underneath the headline, if that makes sense, so that I can open it later on inside of the chat window. So could you please update the styling so the UI that we can see, I don't know, the first few words of the conversation and maybe to what contact the conversation belongs. So first of all, I want to do a git add, right? Git commit did conversation display in sidebar. So apparently whenever we make some real-time changes, the app breaks, which is, yeah, not unexpected because we're messing with the files, right? So we probably need to stop the server every time Cascade makes some changes. And now if we have a look at user item, we can see, okay, we have a preview in the interface of user item props. Probably have to change this to an image component. And now if we hit accept all, and we'll do bun run dev local again, it says cannot read properties of undefined. Yeah, okay, so where's that? Inside of the conversations list. And where is it? Here. Okay, so this is property sender does not exist on type. So this is why we need to head over to QuickChat again. And here we don't have the sender, right? We need to update our data model again. So this, and where is it? We need to copy that, paste it over here, paste that. So apparently there's a problem because we don't have the sender column inside of our messages model. Could you please go ahead and update so that I can push the schema again, and I can try the new feature of displaying the preview in the sidebar? Yeah. Looking at the schema, I see we need to fix the message model. And let me scroll up. And now inside of the message, you should see the sender to appear. There's a sender, and the user ID we also have to add. And now we need to do a few things. So first of all, we need to stop the server again. Then we need to click accept all. So we added named relation sent messages between user and message, made nonce optional since we haven't implemented encryption yet, added updated add field to message. Now we need to run the migration. So we do bun prisma migrate f name at message sender, and we'll, okay, so it's like so without the dash before in front of def. Then we have to run the SQL again. So first of all, let's see if this works. We probably shouldn't get any errors, but we should get a warning, right? Okay, yeah, all data will be lost. Sure, let's do yes. It's not as if we have so much data in our database already, right? So now if we head over to here, we shouldn't see anything because we've deleted it. And now let's do copy. First of all, we probably have to change the clerk ID because right now, let's see, bun run dev local again. As we can see, we're fetching the user. I think this is from the cookie or token or whatever. If we have a look at here, we should see the user in our database. Okay, now if we head back over here and we go to the chat route, we should be able to access it. We should see the user to appear, maybe. Let's see. So we get this user and we see the users, which is great, but it still says failed to load conversations. Now we'll need to copy that and head over here, go to our SQL table. Now let's remember the clerk ID. So it's 20YI and ZW, and we'll paste it here, 20YI ZWZ. So this should still work, and we'll click run. Remaining slots are reserved for super user connections. So why is that? Error remaining connection slots. So this should work without any issues. Now let's try that again. So SQL, I want to run this. So this worked. Apparently sometimes it takes a bit for the stuff to take effect, right? This is why sometimes we get errors and Supabase plays crazy. So now if we head over to table, we should see the conversation or conversation. So we have the conversations. Why can't we see them in Supabase yet? Ah, okay, there it is. Great. And if we have a look at this, we still can't see the message preview for some reason. So let's see if we go here, conversation list. It still says sender does not exist, which is not correct, because if we have a look at, it still says, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Why didn't this was the thing that I asked it to add, right? The or do we need to add something? So let's see. We have to access the user ID. How this worked, great. So we actually had to change this to user ID because we haven't added the sender, so to speak, but we added the user ID and connected it to the correct user inside of the table. Now apparently we'll still get some issues with this, but I will fix this off camera. I don't know why that is. Probably because I've made these changes while the server was running, and yeah, but really it works now and I'm happy about this. So we can start that again, and then we should see the conversations, and now throughout the rest of the video we should be able to click it, and then the actual message content will appear. Apparently right now we're seeing my face because we have did it like so as the test object, but it looks awesome. And now we can finally start with the chat feature, I believe. So we should probably ask Cascade what to do next. This is great. It works now. I can display the test message in the sidebar. And now, are we done with all of the preparations that we need so we can finally tackle the chat feature, or do we need to do something else first? Again, please refer to, and we want to link the PRD again, but also use your own brain to answer this question. Don't just do what I say or what you read in the PRD. What the fuck is happening? So let's have a look at the answer. Looking at our current implementation at the PRD, I think we have a few important things to handle before implementing the chat feature. The message encryption setup, we need to implement the encryption key generation and storage system. This should be done before implementing chat to avoid refactoring messages later. Notification system, while we have the notification model, we haven't set up the notification system. This is important for user experience when receiving new messages, error boundaries, and layout preparation. Okay, so if you have a look at chat, right, because here we already have the layout. So if we have a look at page in chat, you see that we already have the 3-column layout. Also, I first want to implement the chat feature without message encryption just to test it. I mean, sure, if we can do a small setup for the encryption and finish some work to make our lives easier, it's good. But if we don't need it right now, I just want to skip it for now. And the notification system, I think this is actually a good idea, so we can connect everything together. So could you please tell me what you think of the 2 things that I said, so regarding the layout preparation and also the message encryption? You're right about implementing the chat without encryption first, easier to debug the core chat functionality and so on. So here's what I recommend. Implement core chat first with message sending and receiving, real-time updates, message history loading and so on, type indicators, and then add notifications along the way, and then the encryption later. Okay. Yeah, I mean, please start with the feature that makes most sense, but keep in mind that we already have the chat input and chat messages component. You can find it in the respective folders, right? So please have a look at that. And now I would like to see if it can make it work, because, I mean, obviously it has to look in chat, the chat page again, right? Because we're importing the chat messages here, but we are importing it from the components folder down here, which holds the different components for the chat feature, so to speak. So let's hit enter. Let me check the existing chat components, and it actually looks in source components under the chat folder. And it even goes ahead and checks what we have here. And this is great. Cursor would never do this, right? Cursor would just use the files that you give to it, and maybe even the code base if you link the whole code base. But it doesn't do the step-by-step approach like an agentic workflow, like a developer would work, right? You would think about a specific feature that you want, and you would tackle the first step, and after testing you would take the next step, and so on. So this is This looks great. And I mean, obviously the results are also way better than with cursor. Sometimes it still runs in the wrong direction and you have to give it a bit of guidance, right? But other than that, it looks pretty decent. Now we probably should end the development survey, stop the development survey again, because otherwise we will get errors in Supabase. So now we have real-time message display from the database, message sending with optimistic updates, loading states and error handling. The flow is select a conversation, loads the messages, type and send message. So I would really like to see this. If this works, I'm blown away. So let's open this. Let's reload it. It should take a while. So we can't do much. I want to click on the users, right? Not the conversations. So let's see. We have conversations. Okay, yeah. Almost, I think. Okay, here are quite a few issues. So first of all, the user should be able to click on the user list on the left, the list of available or online contacts, and then he should be able to write a message in the chat window. So if we have a look at chat, we can see we have the chat messages and the messages area. And also I can't see the chat input at the bottom of the screen in the chat component. And I'm not sure if you have connected everything correctly, because the user shouldn't only be able to click on the conversations, but he should also be able to click on the users, if that makes sense, to start a conversation. Messages, and also right now I can't see the chat input field at the bottom of the chat component. And I mean, the user shouldn't only be able to click on a conversation in the sidebar and open it in the chat messages. He should also be able to click on a user inside of the sidebar on the left, and then open the conversation in chat messages and type in chat input. So we'll head over here, and again it reverted the changes so that we only see one conversation and not the actual user. So let's see, we'll kill the app. Now we're editing online users. First, let's update the online users component to handle user clicks and create conversations. Okay, and right now we should have everything that we need to create all this stuff, right? We have the use conversations hook, we have the user store and the conversation store and so on. So right now, the only thing that we need to do is to connect everything, or rather Windsurf needs to do this. So let me quickly fix my microphone. So now, starting a chat, click on an online user in the sidebar, creates a new conversation or opens an existing one. So I really wonder if this is working now. So we'll hit reload, also on my phone. Now we can see the conversations. So let's see. Oh, we get an error. Should be awaited before using its properties. Where is it in? So if we click on this, it opens a conversation. And if I type something, let's say hello from web, there's still an issue, but it's the same as before, right? Yeah, okay. If I send it, API conversations, but I can't see something on my phone. So let me hit refresh. Oh, it works, guys. So have a look at my phone. Apparently the styling looks off, right? Because I haven't implemented mobile responsiveness. But as you can see here, it says hello from web. And now let me quickly switch with my camera. If I type something on my phone and I say hello from mobile and I click send. Okay, am I in the correct? There it is. It took a while. So we probably need to change something. Where is this? So we need to copy that. Somewhere there we need an await statement, but the question is where? Params should be awaited before using its properties. You know what, we'll paste it here. I will say, right now it works, but it takes quite a while to see the messages on the different clients. And also, as you can see, I get this terminal error. So could you please go ahead and fix the issue? Please take please keep in mind it works, okay? But sometimes it takes a while until I see the message on each client, as I've said. So we'll quickly kill the process again, so we don't get any issues in Supabase again. Let's fix both issues. First, let's fix the params error in the conversation route. It's in the ID route here, okay. Okay, we need conversation, params ID, and the second, now to improve the real-time performance, let's optimize our Supabase subscription and React query. Now, if I hit accept all, and we clear the terminal, and I do run def local, and I reload this. Query provider is not exported from query provider. Yes, it is. Query provider, export default. Okay. Okay, we need to import it without the squiggly braces. And now this should work. Okay, it says hello from mobile. Let's go into the conversation. And now let's again write something here. Hello the second time. And we'll send it. We still get an issue, but it appears on my screen. And if I write here something, I don't know, and we'll do send, it takes even longer to appear on mobile. Now, let's do the following. We kill the process again. So we'll need to, again, copy all of that. And if we head over to online users and we go into the, so I'm sorry, if we go to this here, it says the params should be awaited. So is it like so? Await params ID? I wonder if this is the, if this does the trick. So let's see, we'll do this and we'll do run def local. Maybe this already did the trick. I probably don't think so, but we'll do reload. Nope, I still get the issue. So let's do this. Route API conversations used param ID. Params should be awaited. The params should be awaited. Let's quickly delete this. And let's take all of this and let's do it like so. We need to paste it again one more time. I still get the issue. And well, it works, but it's essentially unusable because it takes quite a few seconds for the message to appear on the other side, so to speak. Could you please go ahead and fix this error? Walk me through it step by step. And again, it will update the route handler. Yeah, I mean, what's it going to add? Safely get the conversation ID from params. Now we are awaiting the params.id here. Let's see, now let's optimize the real-time updates in our hooks again. So apparently it made it worse, I think. And also we have to refactor this hook a bit because it gets quite long. So let's see. Apparently we have to take a look at here and we want to do it like so. We want to do ascending. We still get the errors. So let's do this. Let's choose the correct conversation. Let's hit enter. Sending. It appears. Okay, but we still get this issue. Now if I write something here and say la 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 and I send it. Now I will fix this off camera. As you can see, the messages appears, but it takes quite a while. So I have to figure out why that is. And then I will get back to you with the result. So I was able to resolve some of the issues off camera yesterday. And right now I've refactored the code. I'm down from, I think, around 350 lines of code in this file to 276. And basically what was happening is that we had some duplicate code. So if you can remember, we created the React query implementation so that we can basically handle all of the server state properly, but still inside of the use conversation. So we would still not use the React query stuff that we have defined, as you can see here. So we still wouldn't use the query client in some of the calls that we need to make to the... So the problem was that inside of the query components or the query function, so to speak, we were still not using the functions that we have defined earlier. So as you can see here, we're using fetch conversations now that we have created here. But what we were doing before, or rather what Windsurf implemented, was that we kind of have written a new fetch conversation function inside of this query component. So we had duplicate code, which obviously isn't really good practice or best practice. So this is why I asked Cascade to refactor the code. And as you can see here, let's have a look at the prompt. So yeah, okay, but if you have a closer look at useConversations.ts, you will see that we get warnings for fetch conversations, fetch conversation, create conversation, and send message, because we neither import those variables nor do we use them in the current file. So what the code said was something like this, okay? It was just const send message without the export statement so that we can use it elsewhere. And we also, as I've said, wouldn't use the function inside of the query calls, so to speak. And now the answer was, now I understand your concern better. Let me look at the specific functions. Then the small tiny AI agents go inside of our project and analyze the files. Now I see the issue. You're absolutely right. Looking at the code more carefully, the problem is that we have these API call functions, fetch conversation, create conversation, and so on, but they're not being used. Instead, the hooks use conversation, and so on are making their own direct fetch call to the API endpoint. And it looks something like this, right? If you have a look at this, we can see we have the function, and inside of this function, let's see, where's an example? So for example, inside of this function, as the query function, we would define something like this and make another API call, as I've said. And now we're using the functions that we've already defined before. So the inconsistency, we have duplicate implementations. That's basically what this was. One set in the standalone functions, fetch conversations, and another set directly inside the React query hooks. So this is why we're getting the unused variable warnings. The standalone functions are indeed never used. So what should be fixed? We should either remove the unused standalone functions, but this wouldn't have been a good idea since we've already created them and we kind of want the separation of concerns again. And the other approach that Cascade suggested was refactor the hooks to use these standalone functions, which would give us better reusability and consistency. And the second approach would be better because it centralizes our API call logic, makes it easier to modify API calls in one place, provides better error handling. So I went with this second option, and well, as you can see here, we have 137 deletions, which again, as I've said, reduced the file size from around 350, 360, 370 to 276. Now I'm planning to refactor this even more because, as you can see here, we still have some potential errors, and I really don't know what that means, right? So I have to do a bit more research off camera, but for now it's good enough. The app works. We still get the issue that if I send a message, so let's see, this is a new desktop message. As you can see, it doesn't immediately disappear from the input field. It immediately appears in the message field. And another problem is that if we have a look at the mobile version, I need to reload the page, so I have to switch to a different tab or refresh the page so that we can see the message. So I still haven't figured that out, but other than that, it's coming together quite nicely. Now the next thing that I want to do is head over to Windsurf and tell it, so now that we've refactored use conversations, and let me quickly save this. And we've also implemented Zustand for UI, state management. We've implemented React Query, where we're making the API calls, and we have tested the live chat feature. Please have a look at, and we want to link PRD again, so that we can define what next steps we should take. Please also, again, scan the code base, use your own brain. Don't just believe what's inside of the PRD, okay? If you have a different suggestion what we should tackle next, please let me know and give me a plan. Again, no code for now, just planning, and wait for my confirmation. So because the next feature would probably be to add the encryption layer, but I'm not even sure if this is what we should do next. So as you can see, the AI agents are checking our current code base, and as you can see, we have the basic chat functionality with real-time updates. Obviously, the real-time updates are well, not really working as of right now, but we'll figure that out later. We have user authentication with Clerk. We have state management architecture with Zustand and React Query. We have basic user presence system. So as you can see here, we can see the online user, and we have the API routes for the core functionality. As you can see here, we can fetch users, conversations, messages, and so on. And we have the basic UI components and layout. So, by the way, I don't know if I've already showed you this in another part of the video. If we're on the mobile version and I click this button here, if I can tap it, you can see that we have this nice sidebar, and the same is true for the other side. And if we click here, it will disappear again. So this is pretty nice too. And the missing critical features right now is end-to-end encryption, which has a high priority, no encryption implementation for messages, missing key generation and management, no nonce handling for message encryption. We don't have the notification system yet. We don't have offline support, and I'm not planning to implement this because, to be honest, I am looking forward to be finished with this project because it was quite a lot, and I still have to do a lot of learning and studying until I finally understand what the hell was going on. Okay. And we also have some UI and UX improvements, which means we're missing loading states in some places. We don't have error boundaries. We have missing proper form validation and no message delivery status indicators. But this is not really necessary. As I've said, I don't want to add too much complexity. So the next step is indeed adding the end-to-end encryption implementation, then tackle the notification system, and then we polish the UI and UX, and we do some minor bug fixes with the real-time display of the messages and so on. So let's do this. Okay, yeah, that sounds like a good plan. So let's tackle phase 1, the end-to-end encryption implementation. Could you please elaborate more on the actual implementation plan? I know you've said create encryption utility functions and so on, but I would like to see what project structure we are going to use, how we should name the individual files, and how to just set up this end-to-end encryption in general, because I've never done this, so I want to understand. And I'm also kind of a junior developer, maybe even a little worse than a junior developer. So I really need to understand everything that we're doing so I can double check your work. And we'll add no code, just plan the implementation. And we'll do enter. And by the way, while Cascade is generating the code, to be honest, I'm pretty proud of myself for being able to implement this. Some people would say it's not really it's not really that difficult to create something like this, but as a beginner that really doesn't have any coding experience whatsoever and really hasn't started with creating apps until, I don't know, 5-6 weeks ago, to be able to build something like this, a real-time messaging app with cross-platform availability. I mean, I like it. And I'm not saying this because I'm full of myself. I just want to show you guys what is possible if you are consistent. You can do it. Whatever you have on your mind, what app idea, what problem you're trying to solve with code or with software, you can do it. You just have to hang in there, and you have to make sure that you're getting better every single day, just a little bit. And not all days will look exactly the same, right? Sometimes things won't work. Actually, to be honest, when I first recorded this video on Saturday, I worked 4 hours, I think even almost 5 hours on this project just to realize that I've forgotten to use Zustand in my implementation. So I was working with React Context, which is, for those of you who know or don't know, it's React's own state management library, so to speak. And I tried to change state management to Zustand, but I couldn't make it. So I had to delete all of the work, all of the 4 or 5 hours of video recording, and I had to start over. But let me say this, the second time it worked way better, okay? But I mean, you don't see these things on video. Sometimes you see some minor bugs, or it takes a while to resolve an issue. But all of the messy process that's behind of these things, you don't really see. And I just want to give you a little bit of awareness that it's not all the it's not all this sunshine and rainbow kind of thing where some people on YouTube or on TikTok share 30, 60, 90-second videos and say, I have built an application, a full stack application in only 10 minutes. Yeah, that can work, but the amount of work that went into this to learn all this stuff and to actually understand what you're doing, you really can't do this in 10 minutes. Okay, so I just wanted you to know this, and hopefully this will motivate you to keep going. And now let's head back over to the response, and it's quite a lot actually, so we should take a little bit of time to understand it. Now I'll break down the end-to-end encryption implementation plan in detail, explaining each component and concept. So understanding end-to-end encryption. Here's the process. So the messages are encrypted on the sender's device. Only a recipient can decrypt with their private key. Servers never sees the unencrypted content, and probably we should have told Cascade that we're using tweet and ACL. So I really don't know. Maybe we should regenerate the response. Okay, so I'm not quite sure if you have given me a, well, let's say standard end-to-end encryption process, because actually if you have a look at PRD, you will see that I want to use tweet and ACL for message encryption. So could you please update your response and use tweet and ACL to build this feature? No code, just plan. So, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's a little bit more, I would not say advanced, it's a bit more, it's a bit smarter than Cursor, because actually under the hood, Cascade, or rather Windsurf, is using AI agent. So this is kind of, while you see this agentic workflow where it sometimes looks into files even though you haven't linked them in the request, or it looks in one file and then it sees, okay, there's a component that I will probably need, then it goes ahead and looks into the other component and kind of combines everything together. So it's a bit more sophisticated than Cursor. And I would also say you can produce higher quality code. I mean, again, if some of the developers that are watching this video probably will probably think, what the hell is he doing? Okay, the code base looks messy AF, but for me, it's, with my little knowledge that I have, we have separation of concerns. Each of the files, if we have a look at them, only has around 100 lines of code at most, okay? And I think this is a somewhat reasonable amount of code inside of each file, except for the use conversations hook, which is a bit bigger. But other than that, all those files are pretty manageable and they don't look too complex to me. So if you guys have any suggestions, please let me know down in the comments. I'm always open for feedback, and I really want to learn all this stuff to the T. So now let's get back to the second response. So let me check the PRD again, and I see that we should use tweet NACL. Let me revise the implementation plan specifically for tweet NACL. So if we have a look at this, we probably have a few a bit fewer, we probably have fewer files. So index types, keys, messages, storage, and we have index, NACL, keys, and utils. So a little less complexity there. And tweet NACL specific implementation steps. So we have the setup. We need to install the dependencies. I've already done this. And we need to store these in package data. Yeah, that's already done. Create the utility functions, convert strings to from uint 8 array. I have absolutely no idea what that means. Handle base64 encoding, generate random nonces. Or I don't know if this is actually the pronunciation. I just think it is. So please tell me if it's not. Generate key pairs using NACL box key pair, store public key in database, store private key in session storage, clear keys, and on logout. So key exchange process. Each user generates key pair on login. Public keys shared through the API. Private keys never leave the client. And the message encryption flow on day 3, I will probably implement all of it in this one video recording, but we'll see. Maybe I have to come back to it later. So we are sending the messages, the recipient, we get the recipient's public key, we generate the random nonce, we encrypt the message using NACL box, we send it, the content, the nonce, the sender ID, and the recipient, and the receiving messages get the encrypted message and nonce, get sender's public key, use own private key and sender's public key, and then we decrypt the message using NACL box.open. And we also need a few types, NACL keys and encrypted messages, where the content and the nonce is base64 encoded. And here's the implementation phase altogether. So we have the basic setup, we have the key management, the message encryption, and then the integration. And the security considerations: keys stored in session storage, new key pair for each session, nonce only used once per message, and error handling for failed decryption, no private key transmissions. Okay, so now that we have a somewhat good overview over the next implementation steps, I think we will start with the basic setup. Base 1A, so set up tweet NACL dependencies, create a basic utility function, add type definition, set up keys storage. Please implement this and walk me through it step by step. So we have to install tweet NACL. Now, unfortunately, I don't think that this will work, because if we have a look at this, and we'll do bun add tweet NACL. So I've already implemented this or added this. But if we have a look at tweet NACL util, I don't think that this package exists. Oh, it does. Okay, so I wonder why that is, because when I tried to install it before hitting record, I wasn't able to do this, but doesn't matter. So we'll hit reject. And now that we've installed all of the dependencies, we will probably create the types that we need. So we create it in the lib folder. I will probably ask why we do this and why we won't use the types folder. Yeah. Okay, so as you can see here, we created the lib folder with the encryption folder and the types, utils, and also the NACL and index files that we need. So let's see what Cascade did. So we defined the interfaces in types.ts for the encrypted messages and key pairs. So we have the encrypted message, which has the content and the nonce that we need to decrypt the message on the recipient or for the recipient. Then we have the stored key pair with the public and secret key in base64 encoded format. And we also have the interface key pair, which extends the box key pair. And let's see for why we do need this. So encrypted message, structure of encrypted message, stored key pair is how we store keys in session storage. Key pair is tweet NACL's key pair structure, and the encryption keys are the overall encryption state. Now, inside of the utils function, we have the string to uint 8 array, which converts the base64 strings to binary data. And then we also need to convert the binary data back to base64 strings. We have store keys, which securely stores keys in session storage, which is cleared when the tab closes. And we also need two more functions, which is get stored keys and clear stored keys, as you can see here. And this essentially is removing the stored keys from the session storage. And inside of the NACLTS file, apparently here is some import error. So we import string to uint8 array from utils, but we don't use it. So why is that? So apparently we don't use the string to uint8 array because we have implemented it right in the file NACL. So I have no idea why that is. And we will probably have to change this. So let's see, we have the utils file and we will ask Cascade to change this. So central export for all encryption functionality. Before we proceed, we need to install the tweet NACL dependencies. We've already done this. Update the message type in your database schema to include the nonce field. And we've already done this too, I think, as you can see here. And create a hook to manage encryption state. Okay, let's hit accept all for now and say, so I've installed the tweet NACL dependencies, and the message type in our database schema already holds the nonce field. If you check schema.prisma, and I have one more question though. If you have a look at nacl.ts, you can see that you import string to uint8 array and uint8 array to string from utils, but you have created a standalone function inside of naclts. So could you please update the file so that we use the correctly imported function and don't declare another function inside of NACL? You're absolutely right, we have duplicate functionality. Let's update the NACLTS so it should delete those two functions and instead use string to uint8 array inside of here. And so we removed the duplicate text to bytes and bytes to text functions. We use the decode UTF-8 and encode UTF-8 directly from tweet NACL util, since these are specific to text encoding and decoding. Kept string to uint8 array in utils ts for general base 64 encoding. Okay, so this was actually not what I've expected. I expected it to just delete those functions and use string to uint8 array instead, but apparently we do it differently. Okay. Note that we're still importing string to uint8 array from utils, even though we're not using them in this file. We should remove those imports since they are not being used. Let me fix that. Now the code is cleaner with, okay, so we'll do accept all. And I wonder why we still need the, okay, so I have one more question. In utils.ts, we have created string to uint8 array and uint8 array to string, but we don't really use those functions. We do. Okay, so we use them in this file, so everything is correct. Let me delete this. And now the next step is to do the key management. So implement key generation, handle key storage, create key exchange API. So now that we have finished phase 1A, which is the basic setup, I think it's time that we proceed with phase 1B, which is the key management. So you listed implement key generation, handle key storage, create key exchange API, and add key rotation logic as the steps for phase 1B. So could you please go ahead and implement this and then walk me through it step by step, but please be a little bit more detailed than with phase A1, because I need a few more information to really understand what you're doing. As I've said, I've never done this before. I'm also not really an expert on decryption when it comes to messages. So please explain what you did a bit more deeply for me. Thank you. So we'll hit enter. And now we need to create an API endpoint. We'll probably call it, I don't know how we call it, key or key exchange. I don't know. Let's see. Keys. Here's the route. Now let's create a Zustand store to manage encryption state. Use encryption store. So we still got some errors. Type string is not assignable to type uint8 array. So there are still some errors. And I wonder, we probably have to do it like so to resolve this, because there's a slight delay between fetching the keys and trying to add them to the body. So we need to use this operator. And now let's have a look at the explanation. Damn, it's actually pretty dope. So key generation and storage. When a user logs in, we generate a key pair using tweet NaCl. And we should probably do this here, right? So check for existing keys in key storage, convert to storable format, and store in session storage. Okay. The public key can be shared with other users. The private key is stored only in the user's browser session storage. Now the session storage clears when the browser tab closes, more secure than local storage. I see. And the key exchange process is as follows. So we have the user A, and we make a request to the server where we generate a key pair and we store the public key. Now the server responds with the public key, and then user B also creates a key pair, and then we store the public key. And the server kind of acts as the quote-unquote middleman that does a bunch of checks in the backend, so each user is able to decrypt the messages with the correct key. And now, as for the key management, if we have a look at use encryption store, the key generation with initialize, then we have the key rotation with rotate keys, and public key management with set public keys. Okay, so, I still don't understand why we need the function rotate keys. I think I know why, because if you can remember, I think it was a couple of minutes ago, if you scrub back in the video, for every message we need a new nonce. And this is why we have this function rotate key, so that for every message we basically create a new key and encrypt the message or each message with a new key, so to speak. Okay. Rotation, we can rotate keys periodically, e.g. every 24 hours, on demand, user request, after suspicious activity. Rotation creates new key pairs and updates the server. Okay, so apparently my explanation was wrong. Guys, bear with me. I'm doing this for the first time too. So, okay, apparently the key is different from the nonce, right? So let me quickly ask this. Okay, so I need a few more info. I need a bit more info. So regarding the key rotation. So the keys are different from the nonce, right? And could you please explain a bit more how those two work together and why we need the key rotation? I mean, the nonce will change for every message, is that correct? But the keys will only change periodically, like every 24 hours, or didn't quite got the concept of this. Could you please explain to me a bit more thoroughly? Okay, and we tell it just explain, no code. Let me explain the difference between keys and nonces and why we need both. So the basics. We have a public-private key pair, which we can think of like a special lock and key set. Public key, like your address, safe to share with everyone. Private key, like your house key, must kept secret. The keys are used for the actual encryption, decryption process, and the same keys can be used multiple times. Now, the nonce, number used once, is like a unique timestamp or a serial number. Must be different for every message, prevents replay attacks, which we explain below, and much smaller than keys with only 24 bytes, used once and then discarded. So why we need both? Imagine sending the message hello multiple times, and without the nonce, this would be hello plus same keys, which results in the same encrypted output. And then we would send another hello with the same keys, which will also be the same encrypted output, which would result in a duplicate. And now with the nonce, we send the hello for the first time with the same keys, but with unique nonce, so nonce 1 in this case, and we get a unique encrypted output. And the same is true for the second hello, where we use the second nonce or nonce 2. which would result in a unique encrypted output too. And as a real-world analogy, keys are like your house lock and key. Nonce is like adding a unique security code each time you enter. So think of this little tiny security field with the buttons where you have to type a message. So this would change every time you would leave the house and try to get back in. Even if someone sees you enter 1, 2, 3, 4 today, tomorrow, the code will be different. Okay. And the security concerns they address are the following. So nonces prevent replay attacks, someone copying and resending an old message, pattern recognition, same message looking identical when encrypted, and message duplication. And the key rotation prevents long-term key compromise, pattern analysis over time, and reducing impact if keys are exposed. And as for the last part, why should we rotate keys? Think of it like changing your passwords. Limits damage if keys are compromised, reduces the amount of data that could be decrypted if keys are stolen, and follows security best practices. Now, the frequent differences. Nonces are in every message, new nonce for every single message, never reuse a nonce with the same key, generate randomly each time, example, sending hello twice as seen above, and the keys we need to regenerate periodically, changed less frequently, all previous messages still readable, we keep old keys and more complex to change. Okay, here's again an example message flow, and this looks kind of different as above, but here we have another key pair after the rotation, which would result in the unique encrypted message 4 and unique encrypted message 5. So if someone captures all your messages, each hello looks different thanks to the nonces. They'd need both the key and the nonce to decrypt. And even if they crack one message, others stay safe. Key rotation limits how much they could decrypt if they get a key. And if someone gets your key, they can only decrypt messages until next rotation. Can't replay old messages thanks to nonces, and can't predict future messages encryption. So think of it as somewhat, you kind of need to combine all these things in a specific way so you get the maximum amount of security. And this is basically what Cascade explained to us. The question is, does this help explain the relationship between keys and nonces? Would you like me to clarify any further? No, I think this should be good. And now if we scroll back to the top, we see we have the key management now. And now we can finally start the message encryption. So let's do this. Okay, now finally we can start with phase 1C, which is the message encryption. So you listed the following steps: add message encryption /decryption, update message sending flow, handle nonce generation, and implement error. So could you please go ahead and implement this, but I don't know, add some log statements or something like this so that we can, or add a test function. I don't know how you can solve this. Could you please add some kind of test feature so that we can see how this actually would look like after we finish the integration, the phase 1D? Because right now we do the message encryption, but I think we won't implement it right away. So I still want to have a way for how to, to check the finished phase 1C, if that makes sense. Now, let's see. So I will quickly do a git add and call it git commit, say, so let's see, we have the, where is it? We have the base setup plus key management for encryption, and we'll write enquit. And now let's have a look at the result of the next step. So we created a use message encryption hook. So we'll wait a few more seconds until it's finished and then we'll walk through it. So let's create the message encryption hook. Let's create the test utility to verify our encryption. And this is where? In utils, right? Test encryption, here it is, okay. Let's create a simple test component to try it out. Okay, now the test component is here in test encryption in the components folder. And we now need to add this to component to a page. So I think we will go with the chat page. Let's have a look. So it's here. and we will probably just edit at the top, right? So that we can quickly test it. It will probably look like shit, but I want to see if it works. So we have the chat header, and we probably need to do a little bit of refactoring because right now this just looks messy. So let's see, we have this settings, messages area. So maybe I can just edit in here. So let's do test encryption. So let's see, how does the test encryption look like? So we'll do accept all, and we'll go to the chat page. Where is it? Here. We need to import the test encryption. There it is. Now let's do save, and let's have a look at the results. So there is the test encryption. Again, it looks kind of messy, but we'll just do this. So apparently we need to change the color of the input. So let's see. We don't want text white in the input. Where is it? And we do text black. Now we should see it. So let's do something. This is an encrypted message, and we probably need to open the console, and let's hit test encryption. Nothing happens. Okay, but it should work, right? Something is red in the I can't see an issue. Unexpected any. Okay, so let's quickly change this to an image from next image, and we'll save this so the error is gone. And okay, maybe we can restart this server. Let's do run dev. And I know, guys, right now I'm a bit lost, but I'm trying to figure that out on the fly, so to speak. So this is the first time I'm testing this, I'm implementing this, or rather I let Cascade implement this. So we'll probably take a while for the conversations to load. So we can't click test encryption. Let me quickly reload this. Okay, so this works. And now if I do this, this is an encrypted message. Nothing happens. We don't even send something. So let's see, test encryption. So I've added the test encryption component to the chat page, and I tried to encrypt the message, but when I enter text, I can click the button, but when I actually click the button, nothing is happening. So could you please analyze why that is and walk me through it step by step? And guys, this is probably a dumb mistake, okay? But I really have absolutely no clue. And since this is a video about, since this is a video tutorial for how AI can help you build your app ideas, I figured we'll just ask AI, right? Now let's debug this step by step. First, we need to check if we're getting any errors in the console. Now let's add a more detailed logging to test the encryption utility. So I wonder, let's see, I've added the test encryption somewhere here. There's the test encryption. Maybe I should put this down below. This will probably look a bit different. So I see a potential issue. The issue might be that we haven't properly added the tweet NACL dependencies to the project, but we have. I see the dependencies are properly installed. The issue might be with how we're using the test encryption component in the chat page. So I found several potential issues. The chat page is a server component by default in Next.js 13+, but we're using client-side hooks. We need to make sure it's marked as a client component, which is with use client. Okay. Now that we've made these changes, the test encryption component is in a better location. We have error boundaries to catch any issues. We have detailed logging. So we need to refresh the page, and I will just restart the project, right? And open your browser's developer console, try to encrypt the message, and look for any errors message in the console. So we'll do run dev local again. Let's reload this. Okay, so we get an error. It's still because of the... okay, so let me go here, and we need to go into the image field, and we need to give it a width and a height, because otherwise we will get this error. So if I click this, I can still see the encryption test and say this is a new message. And let's delete this so we can see new messages. Test encryption. Ooh, bam, guys. I'm sorry, that was probably too loud. But now, starting test with message. This is a new message calling test encryption function. Starting the encryption test. The original message is, this is a new message. Then we are generating the key pairs. And Alice's public key is this one. Bob's public key is this one. We are now generating the nonce. And this is this string is the nonce, and then we are encrypting the message, and now we get the following. So we have the content, and this is apparently the message, right? This is the string, this is a new message. And now we are decrypting again, and we completed the test successfully. Now the question is, let me do the following. If I take this content, let me copy that, and we'll go over to Tweet NSCL, because they have the secret box here. And we'll choose the content, right? This is what we need inside of here. Then we have the nonce. This is what we need to put here. And we also need the key, right? So let me quickly go back to the file. So do we need the public key? I'm not sure. Let's see. We'll put this here. We have to put that here. And we'll do decrypt. Failed to decrypt. Bad key length. Okay, so this was apparently not the correct key. And if we go here and we choose this one, let's see if this is correct. And we'll do decrypt. Failed to decrypt. Okay, so apparently I haven't yet understood what is happening. So we have Alice's public key, Bob's public key, the encrypted message, and the nonce. Okay, so let's do the following. We'll copy that object and we'll head over here and we'll paste it, and we'll let us explain what we need to do. So apparently this is the answer that we received in the console. Apparently the encryption process worked. Now I would like to test it with another tool. On the Tweet NACL page there is a way to test the box encryption, and I would like to use my message, so the content that you can see in the JavaScript object, the nonce, and also the key. Now I'm not quite sure what key I have to use to be able to decrypt the message back again. Could you please walk me through the process and explain it? Apparently I haven't understood decryption and encryption in its entirety yet. So the question is, if we go over here, it is the box, right? The secret box, yeah. Ah, no, we need to use this one. Oh, okay, I'm so dumb. Okay, so let's do it one more time. So we have the content and we need to put this inside of here. Then we have the secret. So we need the secret key and the public key and the nonce. Now, apparently we don't show the secret key inside of the console.log statement, right? We only show the public key. So this is why we can't decrypt the message. You know what? We'll ask AI. So apparently I need the secret key too to test it on Tweet NACL website. So again, could you please walk me through the process so that I can double check if the implementation is correct? So let me explain how the box encryption works in Tweet NACL, and we'll just let it finish because this wobbling sensation makes me go crazy. So in your test result, we have the encrypted message. Let me do this a bit bigger. We have the encrypted message with the content and the nonce, and we also have the debug info with the public keys. Here's how the encryption-decryption process works. For the encryption, Alice, the sender, uses her private key and Bob's public key, the nonce and the message. For decryption, Bob, the recipient, uses his private key and Alice's public key, the same nonce and the encrypted content. In our test code, look at these lines. Const, so if we have a look at test encryption, and we need to look at, we need to look not at test encryption, but at the util function. So look at const decrypted, and apparently Cascade added the private key, right, so that we can test it. But we need to find this. So const encrypted, where is it? Okay, so const encrypted, we encrypt the message with the message nonce, the public key, and the secret key. And Bob decrypts it with his secret key and Alice's public key. To test this on tweet_NACL, you need the encrypted content, the nonce, the sender's public key, and the recipient's private key, which we don't have in the output because it's secret. Let me modify our test code. Okay, so apparently we will just do this. Obviously, this is not really secure, but I want to test this thing once more and see if it works. So we'll do refresh, and now let's do the following. We'll delete all of this and we'll say, please subscribe. We'll do test encryption, and now we have the result test. Now apparently we can't really see anything, but it says content and it says nonce. So now we have the private key. So we need the private key. So let's copy that. Let's head over here. We need to put it there. We also need the Alice's public key, and we head over here and we'll paste that here. And then we need the nonce, which is here, and we need to put that there. And the last thing that we need is the encrypted message, which is here. So let's see if this was correct or if I have gotten it wrong again. There it is. It works, guys. So that feels good. Really, I fucking love it. Okay, now that we have done this, apparently we don't need the test encryption utility function anymore. The only thing that we need is the well, overall implementation. We can also delete the test encryption component. And now we can head over to the fourth and last step. Where do we have it? A little bit more, just a little more, scroll up. And now we need to integrate it into our existing components and add the encryption to hooks, update the messages interfaces. So could you please start with phase 1D, which is the integration. So update the existing components, add encryption to hooks, update messages into message interfaces, add encryption indicators. So I really would like to see if it works. So we'll probably also change the messages that are stored inside of the Supabase database, right? We won't be able to see the real messages anymore, so the unencrypted messages, but we will see the encrypted messages in Supabase. Is that correct? So could you please implement everything and then walk me through it step by step? I really would love to test the new feature. So the first thing I do is I'll kill the server, and then I'll do another git add and a git commit and call it edit testing feature for message encryption. And we'll do a, where is it? We'll do a write and quit, and then we'll send this. Yes, you're correct. After implementing end-to-end encryption, the messages stored in Supabase will be encrypted, and only the participants with the correct keys can decrypt them. Let's implement phase 1 step by step. Phase 1D, I'm sorry. First, let's update our message interfaces to include encryption fields, and we'll have to scroll down and have to look at this. So as you can see here, we have the encrypted content, the nonce, and the is encrypted, yes or no. Now let's create a hook to handle the encrypted messages, and this is probably, where's the hook? Here, use encrypted messages, there we have it. And we also need to update the chat input component to use the encryption. Where's the chat input component? Here it is. Now let's update the chat messages to decrypt the messages. Oh, guys, I'm really stoked. I would love to see if that works. We'll probably get a few errors, but if not, we're almost done with the project. There are only some small improvements that I want to make. And obviously we still have to resolve all of those problems, right? Because, well, I want to understand where they stem from. So now that we've made all these changes, here's what's happening. user types a message. The message is encrypted using recipient's public key. Encrypted message is stored in Supabase. When displaying messages, they're decrypted using the user's private key. For the security features, we have messages that are encrypted end-to-end. Only encrypted content is stored in database. Each message has a unique nonce, and the log icon shows when messages are encrypted. As for the UI improvements, we added encryption status indicator, error handling for failed decryption, and smooth message loading and scrolling. Okay, so first of all, we need to run the migration, and we'll need to do bun Prisma, call it Prisma migrate dev, and we'll give it a name, add encrypted messages. So we'll probably, so first of all, we have to click accept all. We probably lose some of the table contents, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if we get a warning. So apparently we found changes that can't be executed. Step 3, edit the required column sender ID to the message table without a default value. There are 31 rows in the table. It is not possible to execute this step. Okay, so first of all, we need to delete the messages that we have already in our project. So let's quickly do this. We'll go to QuickChat and table editor and the messages, and we want to delete all of them. So let's do this. I wonder if we can do this. Yes. Okay, so we deleted this, and now let's run the migrate command again. So this appears to have worked, and now we'll do bun run dev local. Let's see if everything is working. So I need to refresh. So apparently I still have the test encryption component in my chat page. So let's quickly delete this. Where is this? So we don't need the test encryption. And let's see, where is it read? There it is. Okay, so we can, I think we can delete all of this, right? We also don't need the error boundary. Now I can still see the user. So let's click this one. And we get an error which says messages.map is not a function. Is there an error here too? So we probably need to reload this. Let's see. I wonder, I think it tries to, what is the last conversation? Is it this one? No. Can I click any of those conversations? Probably not, right? So it gives the same error every time. So let's see if I reload this. I should see the user. So if I click on this one, it still gives the error. Okay, so let's take this and head set over here. Okay, so whenever I try to open a new conversation by clicking on the user, on an online user, I get the following error. Could you please fix this and walk me through it step by step? And we'll paste that here. The error occurs because messages is not an array when we try to map over it. So we need to add type checking. I thought this could also be resolved with the question mark operator, but I'm not sure. Let's see, chat message, where is it? Chat message, here it is. So here's the issue. Now apparently we need to stop this server. Let me stop the server. Oh, and one more interesting thing is that Cascade can actually add the use client directive at the top. Cursor wasn't able to do it, so you had to do it manually every time. So let's see, the main changes were added proper loading states and error handling, fixed the dating structure access using conversation.messages instead of just messages, added use client, and added empty state handling. Now let's also update the chat input component to properly handle the conversation data. Okay, so let's hit accept all. At least the component is not read anymore. And now we'll run the server again, run dev local, and we'll head over here. And again, we need to kind of add another feature that we only load the existing conversations, or those that we can access. So let's see. If I click here now, loading, okay, it opens this. And if I send something, I could say this will be an encrypted message, and we'll send it, and we get 3 errors. Okay. Invalid encoding, failed to encrypt, and prepare encrypted message. Apparently something is still off. So let me check why that is happening. If we have a look at the console, do we have any console log statements? I would say we take all of this and we head over to Windsurf. Okay, now when I try to send a message, I get the following console errors. Can you please have a look at those and help me fix them? And we'll do paste it here. The error invalid encoding typically occurs when we're not properly encoding decoding data with tweet NaCl. And now as you can see, the AI agent goes through each of the files that participate in the encryption process, so to speak, and hopefully finds the error. I found the issue. We're using decode base 64 directly on the public key string, but we need, so let me quickly kill the server, but we need to properly handle the text encoding for the message first. Let's update the encryption utilities. And guys, I figure this is, let's see, where is it? In utils.ts. Utils.ts, I think it's here. So this was the issue. So I created this mistake or this error myself because I said, okay, why do we need this inside of the file instead of just adding it here? Okay, yeah, so that's unfortunate. And now we also update the NaCl implementation to use the proper text encoding. Finally, let's update the use message encryption hook to properly handle the encoding. Okay, now let's see if this works. We'll hit accept all. And so we don't need test encryption. And so we probably only need to do it like so. Let's quickly fix this issue. And now bun run dev local once more. And hopefully this was it. Let's see. So we'll refresh. I wonder if I can access. Currently we get an error, failed to update public key. So something is happening. Let's have a look at Supabase. Do we get any errors? No. Let's see. Where does this start? So here we get a Prisma error. Where ID, so data, public key, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So this probably won't work, right? If I go into the application, we can't access anything. So I probably have to copy all of this, do it like so. So copy all of this code. This is fucking much. So now when I try to run the application, I can't see the conversations. So let's see, can I see the online users? No, okay. And I also can't see online users. Instead, I see all of these arrows in the terminal. And we want to paste that here. So we should see failed to update public key. Yeah, okay. There's probably something off with our schema, right? The way we store the public key inside of one of the tables. I don't know if we are even able to store the public key, because I believe we don't have a field to store the public key. Oh, no, here it is. So we stored the public key, apparently, but we don't have the secret key, but we don't store it inside of Supabase. We store it inside of the storage in the browser. So let's see what happens. Blah, blah, blah. The error is occurring because we're trying to store the public key in the wrong format in the database. Let's fix this by looking at the API route and database schema. First, let's check the Prisma schema. Now let's check the keys API route. The issue is that we're trying to store a uint8 array directly in the database, but we need to convert it to a base 64 string first. Let's fix this by updating the encryption store and the keys API route. So the question is, I probably have to push the schema to, I probably have to push a new migration to Supabase. Okay, yeah, now that we've encoded all necessary files to properly handle base 64 encoded public keys, we need to apply the Prisma schema. So we'll quickly do this. We'll do bun Prisma migrate, and we'll call it dev name update public key to text, and we'll do enter. Let's see if that works. It should, since we don't have any messages inside of our database. So that worked. So we click reject here. I'll explain the changes, run the Prisma migration, and restart your server. And now it should work. So let's do this. We'll restart the server, bun run dev local, and let's see. a refresh on mobile. So we don't get any errors so far, which looks great. If we have a look at the desktop version, we can see the users. So now let's open a new conversation. So this works. And we'll do, this will be an encrypted message. And we'll open the console again. I want to see if we get any errors. So let's delete this and we'll hit send. Oh, this is so exhausting. Missing keys for encryption. So we will copy and paste these arrows once more. So I asked Cascade to fix it once more. And now we'll test it together. So let's see. This will be another encrypted message, and we'll open the console. So we don't get any errors so far. So this error is still because of the Chrome extension. So we'll quickly delete all the messages and we'll say enter. Invalid encoding still. So preparing encrypted message for recipient FS9. So, but this should be the correct one, right? Recipient FS9. So this is the correct recipient, as you can see here, because I'm sending from this account, the second account here, to is it worth it? So this is apparently correct, but we get an invalid encoding error. So I think we, okay, I think we're one step closer, but now I get a type error. So I will give you the error once more, and I need you to fix it now for good, because I finally want to test the feature. The invalid encoding error typically occurs when we're trying to decode a string that isn't properly base64 encoded. Let's fix this by checking our encryption utilities. Once again, the encryption utilities. Let's quickly kill the server, not that we get any issues. So let's look at the encryption utils. We're using the correct coding functions, right? Or at least we should be using the correct encoding functions. Now let's update the NACL implementation to properly handle the keys. And let's update the message encryption hook. Okay. So guys, I wish I could explain the code to you, but to be honest, I can't. And I don't want to give you false information. I mean, I will probably upload the code to GitHub so you can fork it and you can check for yourself. But right now, since this is such a new topic that I'm trying to, I'm trying to understand, I really can't, I really can't tell you anything else. So the only thing I can do really is pasting the arrows and then letting Cascade do its thing and see if it works. Bun run dev.local once more. So we'll choose this conversation. This should work. And we'll do encrypt this message, please. Recipient public key length. Okay, error sending message. Send message is not a function. Okay, this is pretty good because we get to the root of the problem a bit more every time we're trying to send a message. Can you remember 3 or 4 commits ago we had the different error. Now we have the encrypted message for the, or we prepare the encrypted message. We have the recipient public key length. And again, we kill the server. We say, okay, I think we're almost there yet, almost. This is the next error message I see in the console in my browser. The error indicates that there's an issue with the send message function in the chat input. I see the issue. We're using mutate from use conversation, but we should be using use send message instead. Let's fix the chat input component. If you say so, I will believe you. And obviously this still isn't perfect, right? The more files you have, the more moving parts you have, the more manual work you will have to do and guide the AI. But and I think it will still take quite a few months maybe until we reach the point where you can just provide one sentence, basically create a real-time chatting app, and it will take care of all the nitty-gritty stuff that we're currently doing manually. So we get another error, which it says object literal may only specify known properties and encrypted content does not exist in type send message data. Okay. Let's see, we'll do explain the problem in Windsurf. I'll investigate the TypeScript type error you're experiencing. This error suggests that the send message data type does not include an encrypted content. I can now explain the problem and propose a solution. So the error occurs because the send message data type and source hooks use conversations. Source hooks use conversations. Where is it? Send message data. Here it is. There. It only holds the conversation ID and this content. However, in your chat input, you're trying to send additional properties. Encrypted content, nonce, and is encrypted. So we need to add string. And we also need to add the nonce, which is a string, and the is encrypted as boolean. Okay, so we'll do this. Everything is saved. Let's see, run dev local. This will be an encrypted message. We'll probably get another error. I almost expect it at this point. Let's see, can I see it on my phone? I can't see it on my phone. Let me refresh. So I can't see anything on my phone, and apparently we also can't see it here. So, but it says conversation fetch, preparing encrypted message, sending encrypted message sent successfully. So let's see, if we have a look at Supabase, we should see the message in here, but we don't. We see the conversations, but we don't see the message. Can I delete the participants? Yes. So let me also delete this, and we can see the messages. So we'll do this. We'll create a new conversation. Let's encrypt. It says Daniel for a quick moment. Oh, okay, here we get an error. Let's choose this. So now I can send the message. I also get the console log statement that the encryption was successful, but the message doesn't appear in the chat window, and I also can't see it appear in the messages table in Supabase, but I get this terminal error. The Prisma error indicates that the sender field is missing when creating a message. There's a payload type error in the API route. API route isn't handling the encrypted message fields, and there's a problem with the message creation. Let me kill that process. It should work now, if you say so. I've been disappointed so many times. So, okay, yeah, we can ignore the error because it's still because of the Chrome extension. We'll open the conversation and we'll do, let's encrypt this finally. Okay. We still can't see it in the database. So the Prisma error still says data, content, conversation ID. For some reason, we don't add, the content is empty. Argument conversation is missing. Okay, so let's paste that. Let's paste it here. I don't even have, I don't even want to explain the error anymore. So it's probably still in the messages route, and we need to add another, we need to connect the message to the conversation. There it is. Let's see if I can see something on my phone. I will quickly reload it. So I see the conversation, but it says unable to decrypt too. So let's have a look at this. Let me quickly change my camera for a sec. It says unable to decrypt, and we get quite a bunch of errors. So let's check if it's added to the database. It is, but there's no content. And this is probably why it says here's encrypted content. So what do the errors say? Cannot update component hot reload while rendering a different component chat messages. The locate the bad state. I don't know what that means. So let's copy all of this. So now it kind of works. I can add the message to the database, but I still get errors. And inside of the chat window on both clients, there appears a message saying unable to decrypt message. And this is the huge error log I get in the console. It suggests that the message encryption decryption process isn't working correctly. No shit. Let's look at all the relevant files. I see several potential issues. So the prepare new message function in use encrypted messages is setting content to 0 or to an empty string for encrypted messages, but we should probably keep the original content for fallback. The encryption keys might not be properly synchronized between sender and recipient, and the nonce handling in the encryption decryption process might be causing issues. So let's quickly kill the server. So this is the last time that I'm trying to resolve this on camera, right? Because I figured this is quite boring for you guys. So bear with me. If this doesn't work, I will fix it off camera. I will come back to you and I will explain the solution to the best of my ability, of course. Now again, we changed some files. So use encrypted messages hook and use message encryption hook. Keep the original content when creating messages for fallback. Edit initialization checks. Okay, so I'll refresh on my phone and on my desktop. So let's open the conversation. The decryption is still failing, but this is from the old message. So let's try to send a new one. New message for you. Nope, still doesn't work. And if we have a look at Supabase, at least we're now storing the content as a fallback. So, and if I try to send something from my phone, it will probably be the same issue, right? Next message, unable to decrypt. Okay. Yeah, well, as I've said, I will try to fix this off camera, and then I can hopefully make it work. Okay, guys, so to be honest, I almost gave up. I almost gave up finishing this project because I was trapped in a debugging loop for, I don't know, around at least 4 hours. It was kind of nuts. So here's the thing. I couldn't get it to work. I mean, I couldn't get the initial solution to work, right? The initial idea was that what's these errors? Okay, yeah. So the initial idea was that the user or the sender is creating a message, as you can see here, and that this message will also be encrypted on the sender side and then be displayed in an encrypted format, right? I mean, the user can really see it in a decrypted version, but it really is encrypted, if that makes sense. And now if we have a look at our database and we look at the message, you can see that we have the content and we also have the encrypted content. And the thing that I couldn't get to work, so the initial idea was having it encrypted on both sides so that basically nobody can access it, if that makes sense, right? And if you have a look at this, this is now the original content. No encryption is happening here. The encryption process is happening when we send the message to the database and store it and then display it on the recipient side. So let me quickly grab my phone. So, and let me switch my camera. Now, as you can see, the blue message is from the mobile client, so to speak, and the dark message with the dark background is from the web client. And as you can see, I display a small log symbol, which should indicate that this specific message is encrypted, really. Now, since I'm not understanding all of this 100%, I wasn't able to fix the bugs, right? And unfortunately, Claude or even Windsurf would cycle through the same solutions all over again, and I would just get stuck. So this is why I decided to basically choose this workaround that we're only encrypting the message when we're sending it to the server, or rather to the recipient, and that's about it, right? Now, I still want to explain the whole process and a little bit of the code. So please bear with me. It won't be a 100% explanation. I'm probably not able to explain everything to the T, and for all the developers watching, please bear with me, okay? So essentially what we were doing, we had to implement Zustand, or we had to connect Zustand, so the state management on the client side, with React Query, which really handles all of the server-side stuff. And for that, we had to create multiple files. So first of all, we had to create a file, use encrypted messages. And if we have a look at this, this essentially is doing the encryption stuff. As you can see here, if we have a look at the code snippets, we have a function which essentially takes in the content, the conversation ID, and also the recipient ID. And then we run the encrypt function with the content and the recipient ID. And we store two versions of the message, really. And this is what you can see. We really store the content in an unencrypted version with the log sign so that we can display it on the sender side. And we store the encrypted content so that we can show it on the recipient side, as you can see here. Now, what you really need to know is that it's kind of like sending a letter in two ways. So you keep a copy of your original letter and you put another copy in a locked box that only the recipient can open, so to speak. Now, as for the message decryption, essentially the same. We have the decrypt message. We wait for the message. Here, as you can see, if you're the sender, you already see your original message, and this is essentially what this if statement does. And if you're the recipient, we decrypt the message, so we have to await. Since this is a server action and it takes a short moment to process, we need to await the decrypted message, and then we display the decrypted message as the content with this log sign inside of this hook, right? And here's a short explanation why the original or initial solution that I've thought about wouldn't work. Initially, we tried to encrypt the message for both sender and recipient. This caused issues because the sender had to decrypt their own message to read it, and keys weren't always synchronized properly. So, full transparency, I haven't really understood it fully yet. I still don't know what the code is actually doing. It works as you were able to see, but the reason is, according to Windsurf, the keys weren't always synchronized properly. Messages could get stuck in an encrypted state, and this new solution basically is a two-part solution for senders and recipients, and it's more efficient, no double encryption. It kind of tries to sell me why this idea would be good. At the end of the day, I was the one who came up with the idea, so really not that big of a deal. And here's a short walkthrough of how the encryption process actually works under the hood. So as you can see on the left, in the lib folder, we have an encryption folder, which basically holds all the files of the NaCl library. And I will just walk you through the explanation, through the comments, since I really can't explain what exactly is happening under the hood, okay? As I've said, I'm still learning this. But essentially what this line is doing, you create a special log for the message that only the recipient can open. Then we need a shared key, so a recipient public key and a sender secret key. This is essentially a key pair that we needed to create, and we did this inside of I think, where is it? Let me check. No, it's not the encryption store. I think it is here. Yeah, as you can see here in the nacl.ts file, we generate a key pair so that the sender and recipient can send messages to each other. I mean, if you scrub back a few minutes in the video, you can rewatch the section where I explain or rather try to explain the basic idea behind encryption and decryption with the public and private keys. But this is essentially what we're doing here. And with the box after, we essentially lock the message in the secret box, so to speak, which is just the lingo of the NaCl library. And we give it the message, the nonce that we need in addition to the key to encrypt the message. And the same goes for the decrypt message. Essentially, we need the sender public key and the recipient secret key, as you can see here. And then we can open the box after we have passed the encrypted text, the nonce, and the shared key. And this is essentially the whole process behind it. Now, since this was a fairly complex project, I will definitely restructure the future videos a bit more so that you guys get more value out of it, because right now I'm I'm realizing that I'm struggling quite a bit with this, right? And as I've said, I want to give you guys as much value as possible so that you can actually learn something. So I still have to come up with a solution for that, but I will make it work, so don't worry. Now, if we have another look at the encryption store and the message encryption hook, the store essentially manages everyone's keys, right? So this is the React query solution that we are using to handle all the client or the server, or to handle all the server-side stuff, and we're doing it with this store. And we also have the message encryption hook, which handles the actual encryption decryption process that I've essentially explained above. And maybe you can just pause the video, walk through it, because I would like to continue with the project so that we can finalize it, and I can finally upload the video for you guys. So we'll scroll down and we'll say, okay, so now that we have finally implemented or found a solution for the encryption decryption process, I would like you to go into PRD again and tell me what we should do next. We have the core features, right? Sending the messages and also encrypting and decrypting them. Could you please lay out the steps that we need to do in order to be able to finish the project? Or maybe even list features that we haven't implemented yet. So I want to hit send. Now, as you can see, a lot of the files are still red, and this is because sometimes we have a few type errors, so I need to resolve those. But other than that, the code is fully functional. At the end of the video, I think I will do it as a bonus section. I will use Cascade to go through the code and analyze it for security related issues, and I think there will be quite a lot, right? This is always some good thing to do. And I will also upload the code to GitHub so that you guys can use it, play around with it, and maybe can improve the code or can use it as a boilerplate, I don't know. So if we have a look at the answer, based on the PRD, here's what we've completed and what's still needed. So we have user authentication, we have basic message encryption, decryption, real-time message sending, receiving, database integration with Prisma, basic state management with Zustand. So we also have the user presence system. We still need to implement the notification system. We have the UI improvements, right? We have the testing and validation. To an extent, we can always improve on that. But we also have the message caching. I don't know, offline support, we haven't implemented it yet. But here's another thing, we need to do some security enhancements. Now, I probably won't add it to this video because it will just get too long. For now, let's focus on the notification system. And for that, I'll toggle write mode and I say, so unfortunately, you listed some of the features that we have already implemented. So we have the user presence system already. We have the UI improvements. We have the 3-column layout. We have the responsive design. We have the message loading state. We have some of the error states. Now, I don't know about the testing and validation. I think we can definitely improve on that. And the security enhancement I will tackle later. And for now, I want to focus on the notification system. So could you please go ahead, lay out the steps for that, make a plan so that we can implement it. If you have a look at the project structure, you will see that we already have a components folder called notifications. And I want to use that one. So for now, please just plan, don't write code yet, wait for my confirmation. So, and while this is loading, there are still some bugs, right? For example, I need to refresh the window for the messages to appear, which kind of sucks. I think I will just decrease the interval where the app is updating itself. So to see the messages, we have to fetch the messages from the database. And right now it's only happening like, I don't know, every 60 seconds or something like this. And apparently this is not a real good user experience because you immediately want to see the message, right? Like in WhatsApp. So I have to come up with a solution for this. And I don't know if, I mean, we're already using Supabase's real-time updates, so there will definitely be a way to show it inside of the message window immediately. We just have to find a way how to implement it with our state management, right, with React Query and Zustand. Now let's have a look at the plan. So first of all, we have the notification model in Prisma schema, and if we scroll up and we look at here, you can see that we have it already, and we need to create the API endpoints. So post API notifications, patch API notifications, which is marked as red, and we also need to get the notifications, and for that we need to enhance some of the stores. So for example, we still need to implement the use notification store. It says enhance, but we haven't implemented it yet. We need to list all of the notifications in the notification panel inside of this component. Right now there's only dummy content, right, as you can see here. And we also need to create the individual notification display and set up Supabase subscription for notification. So I will quickly do this. We'll head over to Supabase. We go into the notification table, click on edit table, and we'll toggle the enable real time, and we'll hit save. So now we successfully updated the notification, and we need to create a few more interfaces. As you can see, let's have a look. We already created some of the interfaces, so we don't need this at the top. So we have the message, we have the notification types, and we have the interface with ID, user ID, from type, red, created at, and we also need to add the content as it seems. So let's quickly do this. This is a string. So we'll hit save. And now the implementation phases is phase 1, foundation, then the real-time subscription, and polish. Okay, so I have updated the notifications model. If you have a look at it, and we want to link this. So could you please start with phase 1, which is creating the API endpoints for posting, patching, and getting the different notifications and unique or individual notifications. Please only work on that for now, and then we'll tackle, show me your results, and then we'll tackle the next step. Now we'll have a look at the new API route, which is called notifications. I think it should create like 3 routes, or maybe we put everything in one route. I don't know. Yeah, we put the post and get instead of the route. So let's quickly have a look at the code, right? So as you can see at the top, we're testing for authentication again. So if the user is not authorized, we throw a 401, an error, and say unauthorized in the console, and then we'll get the current user from the database with await Prisma user find unique, where the clerk ID is similar or is exactly the user ID that we have at the top here. And if the user doesn't exist, we throw a user not found error, and then we get the notifications which are essentially linked to that specific user in descending order. And if we get an error in fetching the API route, we throw a internal server error. The same is true for the notifications. So which for posting a notification, again, we check for authorization, and we create the body essentially of the notification, which has a certain structure, right? And the structure is exactly the structure that we defined inside of here. As you can see here, we have the type, we have the from ID, we have the content does not exist in type, so we have content here. Okay, so the reason for that is I haven't yet pushed this schema or this schema migration to the database, which is why we get a type error here, because this file doesn't know that we have already updated the schema.prisma file. It will only know once we use the command bun prisma generate and bun prisma db push. And now if we have a look here and we refresh, we should see the content column inside of Supabase. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so and the reason that we get this error issue here is this file, or essentially Prisma, doesn't know about the content property or content field here, because if we have a look at schema.prisma, you can see that inside of the notification model there is no content field, right? So if we add this as a string, and then we need to do bun prisma generate and bun prisma db push. And now if we head over to Supabase, inside of our notification table, we should now see the content column, as you can see here, right? And I think, yeah, as you can see, the type error is now gone. So let's quickly have a look at the other ID. We basically just have a patch function which marks the notification as read or unread. So this is what this code here does. And we have the delete statement, which deletes this specific notification, which with the specific ID, right? Now let's hit accept all and scroll down a bit. So it says I've created 2 API route files for handling notifications. A get route which fetches all notifications for the current user and creates a new notification, and a route which marks a specific notification as read or unread and deletes a specific notification. Now, the key features are authentication checks and so on. I won't read that again because I've kind of walked you through the code, right? And here's the example code usage. Now, apparently we have to create hooks for that so that React Query is handling all of the API calls correctly, right? But right now we'll start with phase 2. So yeah, okay, so that looks nice. Please think about that you integrate everything correctly with our Zustand integration and also React Query. Please have a look at our project for that, make everything work nicely, and then you can start with phase 2. Now I've already set up Supabase subscription for the notification table, and now you can basically start implementing the code so that we can see notifications for the specific messages in the right sidebar of our application. And in the meantime, we want to do a git add, git commit, and we'll do edit API routes for notification system. And we want to write and quit. Always do your git add and git commit, guys, because if you run into issues or the AI agent destroys your code completely, you can always reset to the previous state of the code base. This is really essential. I can tell you how many times I've had to start over before I was using Git, and it just so much, I lost so much time really. So now I'll help you integrate the notifications with Zustand and React Query. First, let's look at the existing store setup and then enhance it for notifications. And now, as you can see here, we created a new store specifically for the notifications. Apparently, it says notification type is defined or declared, but it's never used. Sometimes it does these things, and I have no idea why. So essentially, what this line is doing is nothing, because it is not used anywhere in the rest of the code. So I don't really know why it added this. Maybe for a good measure, because usually we should have a notification type, and we have, but well, maybe we can ask it, but let's have a look at the rest of the solution. So let me check the existing notification components before modifying them. And then we want to look at the notification panel. As you can see here, this is the incorrect import folder. We have to import it from source hooks, and the same goes for this section. And I'll now update the notification panel and notification item components to integrate with our notification system and display real-time notifications. I mark the following changes. So we'll update the notification panel to use our notification hooks and store, as you can see here. And now let me update the notification item component to work with our notification model. So let's quickly save this. We'll head over to notification item. And again, we need to change the imports to source. And the same is true for this line. We'll do enter. And that's basically it. So if we hit accept all, and we'll head over to our, let me see. So apparently we're not using the correct cases here. We have new underscore message and friend underscore request, but this is not in our notification type, right? We only have message, mention, conversation created, user joined, user left. So if there are some issues in notification item, was it item? Yeah, okay. Let's link the file notification item. Where is it? Notification item. So apparently in the get icon function, in the switch case, we're using new underscore message and friend underscore request, but we really don't need the friend request, right? So if you have a look at, and we want to link the notification type, where is it? It's inside of source notifications TS. You will see that we define the type at the top with message, mention, conversation created, user underscore joined, user underscore left, system. So we don't have any friend requests or something like this. Essentially, the only notifications that we need is notifying a user when another user comes online, notifying the user if another user is trying to send a message, and notifying the user when another user is leaving the chat, so to speak. And we want to hit enter. Now, if we have a look at our application, we probably won't see anything, right? Because, well, we don't have any notifications inside of our database. So once Windsurf has made all of these changes here, I will ask it to create something like a test route, or maybe tell me what I need to enter inside of the notification table. So if we have a look at this, we should be able to, I just asked Windsurf to give me an SQL statement so that I can test if this feature works. Now, if we have a look at notification, you can see that it changed all of the cases to the respective types inside of our notification.ts file. And we updated the get icon function to handle our actual notification types, added the user minus and bell icons from Lucid React for the new notification types. So we'll hit accept. Okay, so I would really like to test the feature. Does it already work? So when I start a new conversation, does a notification appear? If not, please, maybe you can create an SQL statement for me so that I can create a notification entry inside of Supabase and see the UI change in real time. So now let me help you test the notification feature. To create a test notification in Supabase, you'll need to insert a record into the notification table. Here's an SQL statement you can use. Now I wonder, I probably won't see anything if I, for example, start a new conversation on my mobile, on my phone. So let's see. Let me type just some gibberish and I refresh this. I shouldn't see anything, right? So no notifications are added, but we'll see what happens when I add this. So we'll copy that SQL statement, head over to Supabase, go to the SQL editor, and now we need a few things, right? So we need the clerk user ID, and for that we'll head over to the application. We should have the clerk user ID somewhere inside of all these statements down below. So let's see, maybe we don't. That's not a big deal. So we can just go to Supabase and open this in a new window. And I want to grab the user ID of the current desktop user. So which is this one. And I want to head over here. I want to replace this. And we also need the other user ID, which is this one. Hopefully it works with the clerk user ID and not the other one. And one of message conversation created user left system. I don't know, let's just leave it at that and we'll do run. So we get an error, insert or update on table violates foreign key constraint notification user ID. Key user is not present. Okay, so maybe we have to choose this then. So we'll do it like so. Still doesn't work. So user ID, because it's not user ID, it's, let's see, it's clerk ID, right? So clerk ID, and then we probably have to change this, say clerk ID, and let's try it again. So column clerk ID of relation notification does not exist. Let's see, do we need to use this one and this one? So this worked. If we have a look at our notification table now, we should see this. Okay. And let's see if we see anything here. We can't see the notifications. So apparently there's still an issue. So first of all, I've copy pasted the SQL statement. Now apparently it didn't work with the clerk user ID, but I used the ID column from the user table and that worked. I was able to add a notification to the table. Unfortunately, I can't see the notification pop up on the web client or mobile client, really. Could you please have a look at this and tell me why that is? I see the issues. So there are a few potential problems that could prevent the notifications from appearing. The Supabase subscription might not be properly configured. Let me check the Supabase client setup. I think the Supabase client is fine, but well, you never know, right? So let's see, where's the Supabase client? There it is. Let me also check where we're using the notification panel component to make sure it's properly mounted. So there were some issues in use notification. So apparently something is happening. This error is still because of the browser extension. So let's try one more time. We'll do, I don't know, we'll do this one here. Copy, and we'll head over to Supabase. We'll paste that here. Let me do it like so. We need the clerk user ID and we need this one. And now we need to delete this part and we'll run the thing. So this worked. And if we have a look at notification, we should see something, right? It says system, welcome to the chat application, but I still can't see the notification. Okay, so let's do one more thing. Since I'm obviously not as smart as I thought, I will do this. So this is the web user. So we'll want to copy the cell content and we'll let us walk through this thing. So this is the current web user ID. And we also want to copy that one, which is the current mobile user ID and the current mobile user ID. Can you please create a complete SQL statement that helps me adding some type of notification, doesn't even matter, system, text, whatever, to the notifications table so that I can see the notification pop up on the web client user. So the IDs that I gave you are from the ID column in the user table. They are not the clerk IDs. If you need the clerk IDs for that to make it work, please tell me. Okay, so, okay, apparently I had to use the same ID twice, as it seems. So let's do copy. Let's wait a few more seconds until it's finished. I finally have to buy a new camera so that I can put it left of me and I don't have to like look where my head is inside of the window. So let's see. Now we need to create the API endpoint to get the database user ID. Let me create that. Okay. I see the issue. We're using the clerk user ID in the subscription filter, but we should be using the database user ID. Okay. Interesting. Now that we have the API endpoint to get the database user ID, try running this SQL statement to create a notification for your web browser. Okay, will do. First of all, we'll hit accept all, and I will do the following. So let me quickly put that in a different window, and I will grab the application. Where is it? And I will put that here. So now we should be able to see it in real time. So let's see, we'll do the SQL editor, we'll add the statement, and I hit run. It says success, and now we either have to wait. So let me refresh the page. No notifications, but we get still one error. I think this is still the error of for the Chrome extension. Okay, yeah, so still doesn't work. Could you please add log statements maybe so that I can see where it's not working? So we get the notifications, so we'll see what, well, Windsurf says. So now let's head over to the application again. So it says fetched notifications. So this apparently worked. And unread count 3, but they don't appear in the sidebar. So do they appear when I refresh the page? No. So let's see, we have quite a few messages by now. Let's see, it says fetching authentication, blah, Supabase subscription, subscribed, blah, fetch notification. Let's do it like so. We want to copy all of this. So this is what I see in the browser console, but even after refreshing, I can't see the notifications in the right sidebar. It only says loading notifications for a few seconds, and then it disappears, but I can see that fetching the notifications in apparently it does work because, well, I see the issue. You have no idea how many times I've read this sentence. I see the issue now. Yeah, no shit. You don't see the issue. You maybe see a small issue, but not the overall picture. So let's see. I see the issue. The logs show that we're successfully fetching the notifications. There are 3 of them, but they are not being displayed. Let me check the notification panel. Let's see, okay. Let's add some logging to the notification panel to understand what is happening with the render cycle. I also noticed that we're destructuring data notifications incorrectly in the notification panel. Let me check the use notifications hook. Okay. I made several fixes. Fixed the notification destructuring, notification panel, added comprehensive logging to both components, improved the notification UI, and so on. Okay, yeah. Great. The only thing that's interesting me is if it works. Is it working? No. Why is it not working? So notification panel render. Has user true, is loading false, notifications undefined. So we want to copy all of this shit again. And this, my friends, really is the reality of AI supported coding, right? Since we know only like 5 or 10% what the code is actually doing, we have absolutely no idea of fixing it ourselves or even guiding the AI to look at specific parts of the code, if that makes sense, right? So all of the hate comments that you can see on the internet from people with technical background or AI engineers, or they are true to an extent. You can build amazing stuff, right? And if you have an idea for a small MVP, leveraging AI is the best that you can do if you're a non-technical founder. But besides that, it's not as easy as some people want to make you believe. Guys, it's working! So apparently we're not, let's see, if we refresh, what's that? Maximum update depth reached, exceeded. So let's quickly grab this. Okay, yeah, I was able to see the notifications for a split second without any content or title, only the, well, icons and the card-like structure. But when I refresh the page, I get this error. We have an infinite loop because we're setting the unread count in 2 places, both in the use notification hook and in the notification panel component use effect. Okay. I mean, these are the things that are really annoying, right? Sometimes the context window and the memory of those AR models is working well, really great, but at a certain file count, and right now we're at around, I don't know, maybe I don't know how many files we have. Sometimes if it's scanning through the source folder, it says like 120 files. It doesn't seem like it may be with the .next folder, although I'm not quite sure if Cascade is also scanning through this one. And in other situations, it basically forgets what it is doing right after it's done with the thing, right? And then it's as if the solution has never really existed. Now let's hit refresh. We still get the error. Let's see, maybe if we start the server, sometimes this can help. That's what you need to do, guys, right? If the computer doesn't work, have you tried restarting it? Nope, it still persists. Guys, so now it finally works. As you can see here, we have the notifications. Apparently we can't resize the sidebar. It's fixed, at least on web, right? And if I have a look at mobile, let me quickly open this and I refresh. I mean, I don't see any notifications because apparently this is a different user. Silly me. But if you can see here at the bottom left, we get a bunch of errors again. And apparently, Cascade was so smart that it kind of reverted back some of the changes that we made with the encryption, right? So if we have a look at the prompt. Okay, so now it works, but can you please tell me why I get the encryption error again? We were using a workaround where the sender just displayed the original message. Why do we all of a sudden get the encryption error in NaCl and stuff again? Please just explain. And looking at the logs, I understand what's happening. The encryption error is coming back because when we simplified the notification system, we inadvertently removed the special handling for encrypted messages and notifications. Previously, we had logic that would check if the current user was the sender of the message. If they were the sender, display the original message. And I was like, I don't get it, because why would we need to encrypt the notification messages? They literally just say, okay, here's a new message from so-and-so, and we don't even have to decrypt the message inside of the notification panel. When the user clicks the notification, I want it to open the conversation that triggered the notification, and I want to leave the encryption process as it is. And I said, you're absolutely right. I apologize for the confusion. You make a very good point. The notifications themselves don't need to deal with encryption at all because they're just meta messages. You have a new message from X. We don't need to show the actual encrypted content in the notification and so on. So now I see exactly what's happening. No, when we create a new message, we are storing it with content format, and somewhere in our system, likely in the message subscription or conversation loading, we are trying to decrypt these notification messages even though we don't need it to. You're absolutely right. We should keep the notification simple with just the meta information. Would you like me to fix this? Yeah, I would very much like you to fix this. And well, now when I start, or even when I send a new message inside of an existing conversation, I want a notification to appear in the recipient's sidebar, right? So this is the overall idea. So could you please go ahead, fix the bugs that we currently have, and add this feature so that the notification feature finally works? When a new message is sent, we are not creating a notification for it. No shit. Let me check the notification types. We need to create a notification when a new message is sent. The notification should be of type message. The content should be a simple text as new message from sender. No need to include the external message content in the notification. Let me update the message creation endpoint to create the notification. Okay, let's see. We'll refresh. Apparently we still get all of these errors. Failed to decrypt, blah. Okay, that's too bad. And it's a bit frustrating. I'm gonna be honest, guys. So I have no idea what happened. Maybe it took a while for the changes to apply, but okay, I still get the errors. Okay. Now, as you can see, I've sent another message. As you can see here, this is a new message. And now if I have a look on my, if we have a look at my phone, you can see new message from Daniel less than a minute ago. And I wonder if I click it, nothing is happening. can click it and then it gets the state changes, as you can see. It gets a small green check mark, but it doesn't really open the conversation. So now I send a message from mobile, and let's see if I refresh this. Yeah, okay, we can see it here. Okay, it works now. I can see the notification in the sidebar after sending a message. Now here's the thing. Right now when I'm clicking it, the state changes, right? I can see the check mark appear and so on, but I also want the conversation where that triggered this notification to open, if that makes sense. So because right now, as you can see, it's no conversation selected. If I click here, nothing happens. And I want to have the same functionality as when I click on this button, it will open the conversation, right? So meanwhile, let's have a look at the notification that I would be able to fix any of the errors that we have, but I'm trying to understand where this encryption error appears. Probably here in the use notification hook. So let's see. Do I need to write a new notification? This is new. So we'll refresh this. Nope, doesn't work. So I can't test it for different conversations. Could you? But it definitely doesn't work if I have no conversation selected. So let's see if I click here. This is also a bug that we have, right? We don't want to be able to create multiple conversations for the same user. Let's see if I write something here and I refresh and I go into a different conversation and then I click on the notification. It says no conversation selected. Okay, so apparently it is buggy. I'll help you update. So we'll hit send for this prompt. So again, this thing becomes really apparent, right? So I mean, we create the files, but it doesn't take our whole project structure into account. Probably I need to update the Prisma schema to include the conversation ID field in the notification model. So what I'm trying to say is this becomes very apparent, right? So the bigger your project, and it will just grow, right? The more complex your project, the more files you will have at some point. In the beginning, it works quite well. If you add a new feature and you don't have too many files, let's say like, I don't know, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 files, maybe up to 10, maybe even 15 files, okay? It works quite well that the AI will respect all of your current project structure and also system architecture, right? In terms of the files and how you implement stuff. But the bigger your project gets, this is usually not true anymore. And this really sucks. The current state of AI, it's as it is. It is how it is, but really this is why it's essential to still hone your coding and programming skills and to learn something every time you build a new app. If your goal is to become a developer, right? If you want to build an app and maybe have a technical co-founder, for example, it's not really a big deal. You can just use AI, something like a project in the same way a project manager would probably do, right? You can quickly just push out an MVP and then focus on the marketing and all that stuff. But if you really plan to build a complex app all by yourself, you still need programming knowledge as of right now. So after what seemed like another, I don't know, 45 minutes, I'm not sure, maybe it was less, I was finally able to make it work. Now, as you can see, if I send a message from my phone, this is a phone message. We have that loading state, as you can see. You can't see it anymore, but we have that loading state. And I think we need to wait a couple of seconds. As you can see, we've received a new notification. Now, apparently, this is a hard-coded refresh interval, right? Which means I think every few seconds we refresh the notification fetching function, which apparently is not a good user experience, right? We want the notification appear as soon as we are receiving a new message. At least I think that's the case. Yeah, okay, because we are constantly fetching the notifications API route. Let's see. Notifications route. So as you can see, the message notification appeared. Obviously, it took a while for the message to arrive on the server and to be propagated to our web application. But other than that, it worked. But it took me quite a while, right? And here's my honest review of Windsurf so far. I mean, it's way better than Cursor, to be honest. The AI agent and the flow works pretty well, but it still is kind of a hassle. It's fun, and you can build something which is kind of valuable in only a few hours. It took me around, I think, 10 hours to build something like this. So it's awesome, but just keep in mind that you will probably have to do a lot of debugging, right? Now, as you can see, we're really refreshing the notifications every few minutes, I think, as you can see here. So we need to add this to only fetch it when the user receives a message. Now, I want to do the last thing, which is, okay, so we've implemented the notification system. Could you please have a look at again and tell me if we're now done with the project? Now, obviously, we still have to do some minor bug fixes and so on, but as far as the overall features and design goes and everything and the infrastructure, are we done with the project, or do we still need to do a few things? If so, please list them. Don't write code yet, just propose a plan and wait for my confirmation. So I wonder if it is going to analyze every single file inside of our project. It seems like it. So I will probably just speed up the video and give you the results. But this is kind of nuts, right? So you have an AI agent walk through every single file, analyze it for mistakes and everything, and essentially we will probably get a full-fledged plan, which probably takes as equally as long as it took to create the app, but we'll see. So I don't know, it made some changes in notification item for whatever reason, although I did tell it specifically not to. So let me see, notification item. So we're returning an image, and we should use the... So absolutely no idea why it's doing this, and I will definitely reject the change because I don't want to break my application. So let's have a look at notification panel. We don't need this. Okay, so this is not what I wanted at all. Let's see. And you should always choose an image element, but the thing is you have to add a width and a height, otherwise it will complain. So type string undefined is not assignable to type string. So we'll copy that again, paste it here, and we'll toggle to chat. So could you please list all of the things that we need to do? If there aren't any, I will probably wrap this project up so that I can finally release the video. So based on my review of the PRD, we have implemented most of the core features. There are still some important features that need to be addressed. Yeah, of course. So security best practices, performance optimizations, and since I have absolutely no idea what all of this means, I mean, I know what cross-site request forgery is. I have heard of cache and input validation. Apparently, input validation and output sanitization are things you definitely want to do, right? Because you don't want attackers to be able to inject malicious code into your application or database. Because here's the thing, if you don't implement input sanitization, attackers would be able to inject JavaScript code, so executable JavaScript code with a script tag. They would do something like this. So this is usually a JavaScript tag, right? And everything that is between those two words inside of here is executable code. So something like alert 0 would pop, this for example would pop up a small window which says, well, just 0. But if you don't sanitize the input and it is stored inside of your database like so, and your application is making an API request to your database to render the content from the database in the client, so essentially in the user interface, your browser will execute this. And this means that attackers can, as I've said, inject malicious code, and they can get access to your application, and then in the next step access to your user's data. And this is obviously not what we want, okay? But since this video is getting quite long and I still have to learn a lot of this stuff myself, I will probably wrap it up right here. So we still want to have a look at all of the things that are still missing. So we want to think about performance optimization, bundle optimization, asset compression, which means if you have the ability of uploading images, which we don't have, you want to think about proper compression. Then we would have to improve our error handling and monitoring. We don't have any tests yet, so tests are usually used for testing your application, seeing if you have any data leaks anywhere or stuff like this. Cross-device support, okay, it's not really cross-device, right? It's just a web application that we have created a media query for so that it looks good on mobile. But other than that, we would have to create an documentation for our API, and then we need to do some things to prepare for deployment. But other than that, let me quickly change this. So guys, I hope you learned something from the video, right? I know sometimes it probably felt sometimes it was a bit difficult for me because I'm still in the learning process myself, and it's not always as easy to explain all these things and all the technical concepts. But other than that, as I've said, I hope you learned something. I learned a lot. It was actually quite a lot of fun to build this project, and I'm getting better at building these projects every single day. And eventually I will be able to refine the process that even a beginner can build a very basic P that is still solving a real world problem in a very short period of time. Okay, I'm aiming for like 24 to 36 hours, and this would probably definitely be possible. But in the current stage of AI, you really have to take into account a lot of things. Sure, you see these fancy examples on YouTube where someone is building a to-do app or a I don't know, something. What's another popular example? To-do apps or to-do app or a note-taking app. But really, those are just dummy projects, right? They don't really do much other than showing that you can pretty quickly build something, but the value of that something is not necessarily high, right? Because usually most of these projects don't have database integration, they don't think about security, they don't think about API architecture, and they also don't think about things like testing your application or even performance optimization. And most of the time, those videos are just to get attention. And as I've said multiple times, this is not necessarily a bad thing, right? But you have to know about this, because I really don't want you guys to be kind of lured into a paid community or into a paid community, or lured into buying a course and then realizing, okay, everything isn't as simple as those people made it appear to be. It is simple, or it's way easier than to actually learn how to code from scratch, because you can use AI to facilitate your workflow basically. But at the end of the day, as I've said multiple times by now, you still have to know basic coding principles, and you have to know how the technologies that you are using are working. Because if you can't do this, if you don't know this, you can't really fix any errors, and you have to rely on those AI models 100% of the time. And as you've seen in the video, sometimes this can work, but it definitely doesn't work all the time. So thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video.